I'd like to call the meeting to order. The Open Public Meetings Act. According to the Open Public Meetings Act, this meeting of August 30th, 2023 was sent to our town in the record, published on July 5th, 2023, posted on the bulletin board in the municipal building and on Rochelle Park website and Facebook page, and has remained continuously posted as the required notice under the statute is being recorded and videotaped. In addition, a copy of this notice has been available to the public and is on file in the office for the municipal clerk. So please do a roll call.
Committeewoman Otola?
Here.
Committeeman Bassetti?
Here.
Committeewoman Boniface?
Here.
Committeeman Mosca?
Yes. Here.
Deputy Mayor Fici?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Can you please stand for the pledge of allegiance in a moment of silence? I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Presentations? Nothing? No. Correspondence? Nothing? Yeah. An approval of the agenda?
Excuse me?
Yes.
Say it again.
Approval of the agenda?
I'd like to pull some stuff off the agenda. Resolution number 023166. Resolution 023-170 and 171. And probably 171 will go back, on after I get some, answers from the engineer. And I wanted, if you can just, sorry everybody, I missed last month's meeting, I was away on vacation. I'd like to just ask a couple questions about the salary ordinance. So before that goes up for adoption, maybe I can get some answers.
Okay. Anybody else? No?
I'll make the motion.
Second.
Committeewoman Otola?
Yes.
Committeeman Bassetti?
Yes.
Committeewoman Boniface?
Yes.
Committeeman Mosca?
Yes.
And Deputy Mayor Fici?
Yes. Okay, discussions. We'll start with Boswell Engineering Report.
Good evening. I'm Bruce Rockwell from Boswell Engineering. I'd like to read into the record the engineering report, status update. The first project is ROP 101 Rochelle Avenue. And the reports we've got back from the county is that the utility companies in the county has seen an increased activity in the permitting. But they're still looking at a fall 2024 start date. ROP 110, Matthew Field. The custom door has been received. I don't know if we have a specific installation date, but we're ready to go to put the door in.
Can I ask you a question on this?
Sure.
Was the bond pulled from the Borough Grand?
I'm not sure. I can certainly
Well,
look.
they didn't finish the project, so
Right.
didn't you pull the bond?
I would think so, yeah. I
Yeah.
just don't know specifically if it's completed yet.
Okay.
I could check and get back to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Right, project ROP 163 Mariner Street. Latest update is that we request the township notify us when they receive final payment, and we can close this project out. ROP 170, Bergen County Open Space Trust Fund. So the punch list is complete. The fence was fixed. The ADA walkway is open, and we're prepping the final payment. ROP 177, oldest street improvements. Final reimbursement process through PMRS is ongoing. As of August 9th, the processes are in the court of NJDOT. We'll receive emails when the action is required from us or the township to take any action. ROP 179, ROP 192, sanitary sewer pump station improvements. Latest update, we're incorporating changes as coordinated with DPW on the plans. We are in contact with DPW and we'll be meeting to review the preliminary plan shortly.
Did we get the grant for that, do you know?
Yes, I believe the grant is in on that. And
Did we get awarded it?
I believe so. I think I've got notes. I don't know if there's two projects.
Did we get awarded
together,
it? The administrator should know.
Yeah, I was going to report on that in my report. We actually received notification on Monday that our fiscal year 2022 sub-application for the BRIC grant has moved on in the process. We're one of only 124 projects selected nationwide to move on. In the words of the Senior Advisor of Disaster Recovery, good news, guys, your application was selected for further review. Usually this means you're getting funded after some more reviews. Good result, glad it came through. FEMA's going to drag it out for a little while longer, but you're essentially in the clear. The grant will provide the township $1,946,359.50 towards the reconstruction of the sanitary sewer pump station. I was going to end my report with that, but now we have it.
Thank you.
Hey, Howard Avenue drainage and resurfacing. So, it was submitted on 8/23 to DOT. I provided a draft plan and estimate to the town on the same day. That project has been categorized or organized into three components. There's a base one component, $812,000. There's a base two component, $310,000. And there's an alternate for $326,000, and that was set up that way to allow the town to control the funding and the spend on that. ROP 220 El Dorado Court, Crescent Street improvements. Final reimbursement process through PMRS is ongoing. As of 8/9, the process in the court of NJDOT. ROP 242 is the BRIC grant.
Excuse me, can I ask you a question? ROP 217, the bottom says this project must be awarded by October 21st, 2023. Will that happen? Based on the oldest New Jersey DOT grant.
There should be time for that to happen, yes.
Can we get an extension on that if not?
I don't know, but I can check on that relative to the,
Okay, thank you.
ROP 242 is the BRIC grant, and so the positive step is, that Dean mentioned, application has reached into the second round. It's a $3 million grant is highly likely, is what I was advised of, to be approved in that second round, so that's very positive news. ROP 244, CDBG grant application. On 8/10, it was a notice of award. It's for $123,748, and bid documents beginning of June, and the proposals submitted. ROP 247, 88 ramps. County's issued correspondence on 8/7 advising the 2023 paving program is delayed into 2024. It's essentially a $12.5 million project. The state comptroller must approve the project, and that is pending at this point. Open space grant, no change to our knowledge. The award remains pending, and the township may be notified directly on that. ROP 250 is Harvey Avenue, NJDOT. Township executed a resolution as required. Our office completed our part of the PMRS process. Township completed their part of the resolution upload. All that was completed prior to the July 31st deadline, and the application is now pending grant approval. ROP 245, that's GIS mapping of the storm sewer system. Our office just waiting approval of our proposal for that work. That's all I have to report on. Do you have any other questions for me?
No, I'm good.
I'll get back to you on the two that you asked. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question. In regards to the RFP 179, the sanitary sewage cup, you said that you've been in contact with DPW. Who's the contact? Because I'm not sure. I saw you nodding your head, Dave. Has somebody been in contact with you in regards to that?
I'm waiting contact. There has not been any contact.
Yeah, because you mentioned you were in contact, and I saw him nod and shake his head no. Who's the point of reference for that?
I don't have the name here, and I'm not
Just make
working
it
on this,
happen,
but,
have him give a call.
yeah. What, sorry, what's the
Dave
name?
Brown?
Dave Brown?
In charge.
All right, I'll make sure.
Thank you.
Reach out to them. Thank you. Anything else?
You can agree for public comment, Todd, and then we can do it.
We usually let it open up while the engineer is here.
It's up to you if you guys want to do it.
I vote yes.
Yes, so we cover any of that before I ask the questions while the professional is here. If you can, I'll make a motion to open to public for just this. So just the engineer, the question? Okay. Bob, you wanna?
Bob Davidson, Lexington Avenue. For at least the last three meetings that I've been attended here, I've heard the same report saying, basically, the report or this project for the pump station will be available. And now this is going to be the fourth meeting where I hear that basically they still don't have anything finished. Can you explain? I don't understand why it's taking all this time.
I mean, I don't have a specific answer to that. I can certainly get to the people that are working on that. I am not working on that specific project. I can certainly look into that and report back out.
Does anybody, I'm just asking, does anybody remember, because that's, I mean, unless I'm imagining these things, that we keep on hearing how we're going to get, that's going to be available. Anybody look across the street and see how far this building has been done? I mean, you know, things are going to have to happen. You know, you know, I'm sorry, and no disrespect to you, but the whole point, you really do need to be prepared. You just don't read a report off the sheet like that. You know, you report it every month prior to, you should have an answer. You should really know.
But you know, I'll follow up with Marisa tomorrow. Unfortunately, she had to evacuate her home in Florida, and I will go up to the chain of command within Boswell to get more of these answers. And I literally just had a conversation today with our DPW superintendent referencing GIS mapping. We'll move forward on that as well. I'll follow up tomorrow.
You know, I mean, I'm sorry, but it's just like, this really has to get done. You know, we just can't keep on waiting and waiting. You know, so it's great to hear, wonderful to hear, if this FEMA grant is going to wind up going through. And in fact, I'm ecstatic about it, and I really appreciate all the efforts that were done throughout with the people down in the state that also helped us here in order to make this happen. So again, it's not completely finished, but at least it's something. But again, we really need to put a priority here, come on.
That's why I reached out to him, to have him contact Dave Brown when I saw he wasn't communicating with him.
Yeah, I mean, it's just
Thank
like,
you for acknowledging it.
yeah, I mean, thank you.
Thank you. Please wait till the poll officer, have a seat.
No, it's public question.
Oh,
Public question for,
I thought it was just, I apologize.
Is anyone aware what's going on?
I apologize, sir.
I would like to know how the township committee, how the township engineer that you guys hired does not know the DPW superintendent. It's outrageous. How could that be? They have to work hand in hand. Can you explain to me how he does not know the name of the DPW superintendent? I'm not leaving this time, because you never answer me, but I'm not leaving this time until I get an answer. How? You don't work with the gentleman?
I do not.
How can you not work with the gentleman?
Well, let me,
On road projects?
sir,
Sewer projects?
sir, I'd like to answer you.
Go ahead, I'd like to hear the answer.
So, this is my fourth meeting here. I was assigned to this, account to come over and to present the information to the town. Our engineer relocated to Florida, Marisa.
I was assigned this account 4 months ago to come over and present the report. Marisa, our engineer who was assigned to this account, and who is still assigned to this account, relocated to Florida. We have a team of people that service this account. I review the reports with Marisa, as I did 2 days ago, and whatever updates that are available, that's what I brought here tonight to present.
Well, it's not a good answer, because
Sir, I'm not...
4 months ago, you should have introduced yourself to the DPW superintendent. There's no way you can be doing this type of job without knowing the DPW superintendent. I was a borough administrator for 30 years, I never heard of an engineer not knowing the DPW superintendent. So shame on you and shame on Boswell.
Certainly, there's plenty of people at Boswell who know the DPW superintendent.
Township engineer. Where's the guy in Florida that's the township engineer?
We have several people that are working on
So
projects.
Mauricio in Florida is still technically the engineer for the township?
We have several engineers that are working on these projects,
So why are you here?
because I was allowed to come and do the reports.
So are you who is the township engineer? Mauricio in Florida? You here who doesn't know anybody? Who is?
So we have several professional engineering services.
I'm very familiar with who's the engineer?
We have Steve Boswell, we have
Steve
Kevin
Boswell.
Boswell, we have Joe
Who is the township
Canappi.
engineer?
All of those people working in the municipal department.
There's usually one person assigned to a town.
We have several people that service this town.
Mr. Scarpa, Marisa Tiberini is the engineer for the town.
Is this the person in Florida?
Yes.
Well,
I'm not very happy with him.
If I may,
how has nobody contacted Boswell Engineering and asked for a permanent person who's in New Jersey?
if I may.
Yes.
So we obviously, Marisa deals, she is in Florida, and I brought that to the attention of this committee. And we were not happy, obviously, when Mike had left, Mr. Kelly had left and moved on. While Marisa was here, we were happy, her being in Florida. But that's, we do have Neglia as well as Collier's Engineering to our disposal. That's how I set it up there early in the year based on the proposal submitted and your endorsement of that. I do deal with Marisa on a daily basis, also Jim McGinnis, and then their field rep or their field engineer, Anthony Payano. He and I and Dave probably communicate the most.
It's extremely important, though, to have an engineer who's not someone who's in Florida. I mean, you know that, you understand that.
Understood. These were, it was institutional knowledge that Boswell had on all these projects and why we've kept them on it, Mr. Scarpa, as I'm sure you can appreciate.
Absolutely, but what was the institutional knowledge if you could keep changing the engineers?
We've kept Marisa has been our engineer since Mr. Kelly left.
Well, I think you need to make a change if this person's in Florida.
Like I said, we've looked at all options, knowing that we have other engineering companies available to us.
Well, you voted to take out the mayor mid-year, why don't you vote to change the engineer mid-year?
Joe,
I'm sorry, I don't vote.
you know this
I'm not
from
speaking
city
on that, I know you don't vote. Yeah.
It's really hard to get another engineering firm to accept Boswell's drawings, surveys, and all that. That's why they're being held on. but I don't think they're getting anything else because of our displeasure with this.
Yeah, I really can't believe they can't assign you somebody else who's in the state. I mean, they're a big firm. I know they've been bought over by a foreign entity. But anyway, I really just don't see how he cannot be working with you in 4 months, how he's had no interaction with the DPW superintendent. When you're dealing with the sewer projects, road projects, it makes no sense to me.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else from the public? We make a motion to close
Motion to close the
public session?
public session for engineering questions.
Yes. Okay, all in favor? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, moving on. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
You too. Redevelopment, Doug Doyle?
Good evening, everybody. For the proposal. Nice to see you all again. I discovered around 3 weeks ago, as a result of a call from Sonny Giamatti, that he called me to advise me that he is no longer under contract for the acquisition of the, what we call the bank diner parcel. Yeah.
Can you come, yeah.
I really should know better at this. So, can everybody hear me now? Great. I was contacted about, I want to say 3 weeks ago, and advised by Sonny Giamatti, the representative of the conditionally designated redeveloper for the 3 parcels that we talk about, the municipal building, the bank diner building, and the parcels that he owns, that he is no longer under contract for what we call the bank diner building. I got in contact with, or Mr. McNerney, who is the seller's representative of the bank diner building, got in contact with me. I don't remember who called who first. Maybe he called me to tell me that they were no longer under contract. So I spoke with, obviously, our administrator, our borough attorney, and said, look, I should probably bring the governing body up to speed so they hear directly from me as your redevelopment attorney exactly what the status of the project is as it relates to this, the conditionally designated redevelopment moving forward. So this time, he's no longer under contract, and therefore he couldn't redevelop that piece of property, and arguably in terms our property. So in the coming months and weeks, and we'll have to start to regroup and figure out how we're going to move forward. I attended to, and the planning board voted in favor of designating the bank diner building, continuing to designate an area needed redevelopment. You may recall that when I say you, the governing body, however that was made up at that time, designated the bank diner building an area needed redevelopment. It was reconfirmed that it continued to meet the criteria, which I imagined it would. In addition, this property was designated, as well as Mr. Giamatti's other properties were designated. I don't know whether a resolution has been put before you yet, Mark. I don't think we prepared that yet, right? Because literally, we just found out about it. I think the planning board just did it in the last 2 weeks. I'm going to prepare them for your consideration. I would recommend that you continue to designate the properties. I don't think that hurts the municipality at all. In fact, I think it positions it as it wants to move forward to figure out how it's going to redesignate this property. It will be able to represent that, in fact, this property, the bank diner building, are in fact areas in need of redevelopment. You don't need to adopt a plan as of yet. It's something that we can begin to talk about. We have an architect who's helping us. We can figure out what that plan might look like. So I don't think you need to do that quite yet. I would also probably recommend that you designate Mr. Giamatti's property. I wouldn't recommend that you adopt the plan yet, because we don't know what the right thing is for that property. But anytime we can encourage redevelopment of property that's underutilized and meets the criteria, it's something you should do. It doesn't give the redeveloper or the owner of the property any advantage because you haven't adopted a plan, and only you can adopt a plan after sending it down to the planning board, so you're not not really giving him anything or the ability to be able to put more units on the property, and do condominiums or do apartments. All you're doing is you're acknowledging that in fact it meets the criteria to be designated in development. So I'll prepare the,
I have a question for you. So I was at the planning board meeting when they did the approval for the 3 properties. One of the conversations was all 3 had to be approved or the deal was not going to go through. So since this deal did not go through, Fairfield Drive now is not going through.
oh, I don't know what's going to happen with Fairfield Drive. The owner of the property always has the right to redevelop the property. But, so the designation, the properties have to stand on their own. And I haven't had a chance to read the resolution yet, but the planning board attorney is very sophisticated, understood the law very well. She's very well educated. You can't conditionally designate properties that need a redevelopment so long as they're all done together. You can do that with respect to individual designations, but not with respect to 3 distinct and separate properties. I would recommend that you designate them all, but I wouldn't recommend that you move forward with any plans yet until this governing body gets a better comfort level about what it is that's going to potentially be built on Fairfield, what it is that is going to be built here, and what it is going to be built in the Diner building. And nothing can force your hand. But we can make this governing body adopt a redevelopment. So the underlying zoning, whatever that is, will remain in place unless and until the governing body chooses to adopt a redevelopment plan that it finds satisfactory after it hears from the planning. So I would get that, ministerial task out of the way, and I'll prepare this resolution for your consideration if you'd like to get back. Just happy to see you again and go through this until the public has any questions. That's on my resolution.
Anybody have any questions?
No, this time.
So I have a question. That's unfortunate, I think, turn of events, but is there any other developers that we can talk to, or the developer who owns it now? Did anyone talk to them about the plan that we have?
Because I wanted to report to my client first. We're happy to have those discussions, begin those discussions. I will tell you that it's been my experience, I think it's our architect's experience, that people who build municipal buildings, it's like kind of people who build hospitals, right? People who build apartment buildings don't necessarily build, when I say apartment buildings, people who build malls don't necessarily build hospitals. So we want to make sure that who's ever going to come in has built municipal buildings, or we're going to have to make sure that our architect feels comfortable that whoever we're going to bring to the table to discuss as we're doing that. Now, there's a further complication here, but I don't want to take a hold of your time. On July 17th, our engineer sought fit to modify the stormwater management rules. And in doing so, as I understand it, I haven't fully studied it, I haven't talked to our engineer, that has substantially impacted what can potentially be built here. And apparently, notwithstanding the fact that I think it's at a much higher elevation, it impacts what we call the Bank Diner property. So that's something else we're going to have to look at. We're facing that in Lowell. We had a beautiful project that was in the process of being redeveloped, and the sweeping regulations came in, and it was literally gutted the project, and now we're trying to figure out how to go and get this project back. So this is something else that we're going to need to look at in the coming months, how this is impacting this property here, because that's going to go to the value of the property, right? The municipality would want to sell this, and then it would want to sell it to somebody and get the maximum dollars for it. And getting the maximum dollars for it will be a function of what could be put here. We have to figure out what can be put here based on the new regulations. So there's work that we need to do as a result of the change in circumstances with respect to the developer and with respect to July 17th adoption of the new stormwater management regulations.
Now, the developer who owns that property has until the end of the year to start their project, am I not? The bank property.
They're not in the contract, right?
No, I'm just talking about the developer who owns the property. They got an extension last year.
And one of the things I would recommend, and they called me about it, and one of the things I would recommend you to do, because they have been cooperative with the developer that we wanted them to work with. And I think the impression that I got speaking to the buyers, the seller's representative, Bob McNerney, who I've known for a number of years, you all know him, he's a really well-respected appraiser in the area. They were concerned about that expiring. I guess our concern is we don't necessarily want them to build their project. We want them to sell their property to us or work with a redeveloper. I would recommend the governing body consider giving them an extra year in which to build their approval, because if we do that, I think they're going to be more likely to work with us to potentially either sell the property to us or work with another designated developer after we go through we call it procurement process or a vetting process. I would recommend that we do that, because I don't think there's any harm in doing that. I think it keeps them at the table and willing to work with us to use the property in a way that we think is better suited for the municipality.
If I may?
Yes.
And again, Mr. Doyle put a large portion of my administrator's report in bringing this up. So it'll help reduce the amount of time we will have to be here. So I had provided the governing body with some renderings and drawings. I just want everybody to know these are new. You might as well shred them. This was all done prior to the DEP changing those guidelines. We were looking at a two-story structure. Now due to DEP guidelines, there would be no availability of the basement, so you'd have to reconsider if you were to move forward anywhere up there of a three-story or more structure, because then a basement would no longer be allowed. I also received the appraisal for this municipal building, Mr. Toyle, and I think this was definitely done prior to the DEP changes as well. So, but I have those documents for.
Is that a software one?
Yes, this is.
So I'm literally working with Pete on 3 other projects. I'm gonna start to nose around to get an idea of how much that's gonna impact, and I won't engage him, or I won't have him spend any of the municipality's money. But the redevelopment money will not fund, will likely not fund on this estimate.
Right.
But I'll start to nose around and try to get a sense of what that means.
Thank you.
And Mr. Administrator, can you bring out what this building is worth?
Should I do that, Mr. Doyle? Is that okay, based on this?
I think you can do that in I think it's a fair question, you should have that information. Visualize it. I would just do that in closed session.
I'd like to go to the, where's the transparency?
Well, so the answer is you would be negotiating against yourself. Imagine if you went into a car dealership and you told the manager of the car dealership, I'm willing to spend 30 grand, but I don't want to let him know that. And then you told him, and your wife went and said, he's willing to spend 30 grand. So I don't think anybody should know what we have as an appraisal. I think you, as the members of the governing body, should absolutely know. You should have that information. But I would never want anybody to know what our appraiser says property is worth, because it puts us in a disadvantage for negotiating with somebody that we may want to buy the property.
But don't you think that developer has an appraisal on his own?
Right, and we're likely going to disagree with him, and we're going to point to our appraisal when the time comes to say, well, you're underappraising it, here's what we think it's worth, and then somewhere in the middle the parties will meet when that comes. I think you should absolutely know what that number is pre-July.
Oh, I do.
Oh, okay, good.
I do.
But I don't, and it's not because I don't want everybody here to know, it's because if everybody here knows, it's now public. And if it's public, whoever we're going to negotiate with is going to know what our appraiser says it's worth. And I don't want our potential buyer to know that.
Okay, Mr. Doyle, thank you.
You're welcome.
No, so, Telford was paying for this appraisal,
I
correct?
still will.
No,
Not the appraisal.
They didn't pay for the appraisal, but they paid for the architectural drawings, correct?
Yes.
So they still paid for
It
that.
was our appraiser.
Okay.
We chose our appraiser. It wasn't as though they hired the appraiser.
Right.
Yeah, everything was coming out of escrow
Right.
account.
But that's done now, is that,
I have not yet heard officially.
Is that released on the document?
So after tonight, because I'm here to report, my sense is I'm going to write a letter saying, I've reported back to the governing body. At this time, the governing body is going to consider going in a different, you haven't said that, but my sense is, let me say this, because this is true. You're going to consider all your options. That's what you're going to do. He's not under contract, so he doesn't have all of the conditions precedent to be able to continue to be the designated zone. So it's a matter of practicality, it couldn't be the redevelopment. So my sense is after my appearance this evening, there will likely be a withdrawal something else for us.
Thanks, Doug.
Well,
Thank you. Anything else?
you want me to stay here for the next?
Do you want to open it to the public? Yeah.
As long as there's no bickering back and forth, I mean.
We're open to the public? So I'll make a
I'll
motion.
make that motion.
Second. It's open to the public,
It's
just
open
for
to the
the public, if anyone has questions.
Those are the plans that are being shredded. Those were that was the 37,500 that was being paid to, Set Breno?
Yes.
Okay. And that was being paid for by, the redeveloper. And Mr. Doyle is being paid
Out of escrow.
by, and who's putting money in the escrow?
No,
So the redeveloper is paying for the redevelopment plan?
no,
No?
no. Redeveloper's not paying for the redevelopment.
He's paying for the, he's paying for, he's paying for the redevelopment attorney and the redevelopment architect.
No, I hate the characterization of that. So the taxpayer.
I'm sure you would.
So I don't like it because it's not accurate. I don't like it because it's not accurate.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
And I'll tell you why it's not accurate.
Okay, tell me.
The alternative would be for these taxpayers to have to pay for this redeveloper to have come in and kicked the tire on a project that doesn't look like it's gonna work for them. So all of those fees on a project that never came to fruition, all these people would have had to pay for.
Is that the deal that the deputy mayor just talked about? There was some deal. She used the term deal, just tonight.
I don't know what deal you.
I don't know either. She used the term. She used the term the deal with this land swap. She used it. But don't
I
act
was
like,
talking about
you're surprised
I was
she said
talking
it.
about
I didn't say it.
When we were at the planning board, the 3 redevelopment projects.
So the way it was explained is, the
I apologize.
developer thought
Project.
he could make this, because the construction of a municipal building is so expensive, and the bank diner folks aren't giving away their property, and we wanted cash. We wanted cash for this building, that the only way it was gonna work is if he could get his property developed for condominium needs. And as I explained to everybody then, and I'll explain to everybody again now, whatever that arrangement, final redevelopment agreement, not redevelopment plan, was going to look like, would be vetted by the governing body and the governing body's financial advisor. You know, we use NW. Yes. Yeah. NW would come in, look at all their numbers and say, yes, they do need those number of units, or no, they don't need those number of units. Yes, those are the right construction prices, those are the right rents, or no, those rents are too low, they're gonna make more money on this.
Okay.
We don't need to give them those numbers.
Why do we need a municipal building? What's wrong with this
That is
building?
the chief, but I mean, I don't.
The chief? I have to ask the chief or the administrator? Who am I asking? Who am I
I
asking?
apologize.
Is he working for the police department or is he working for the town?
My understanding is, as the administrator, he has called.
So he wants to get his department out of the flood zone and put 200 or 300 or 400 people in the flood zone and have their cars floating around every flood. There's nothing wrong with this, there's nothing wrong with this building, Dean. Sorry. There's nothing wrong with this building, Dean. It's a waste of time and money.
$700,000.
This building is mitigated, no water gets in the building.
That's the problem. And the building department, every time it rains, gets water through the ceiling. You can walk down.
Through the ceiling? I'm not talking about the ceiling, get the roof fixed. Get the roof fixed, Dean.
Years, Mr. Scarpa.
You're gonna get a whole new building because of a roof leak?
You move this, sir? Bad idea.
Yes, yeah, hold on.
It was a bad idea.
When this was done, there was public hearings, it wasn't done in secret like what you're doing.
That's what we're doing right
It
now?
wasn't done, apparently a lot was discussed before tonight, Dean.
I don't know what you mean by this.
This building was, you wanna know the history?
Yeah.
Okay. If you really wanna know what you're asking me, although I don't think the question should be directly about me, we're more than happy to tell you the history of the building.
All right, can we call this to order, please?
So what's the next step now? What are you guys doing with this?
Well, we have to regroup. I would recommend that we sit down with our architect, we sit down with the subcommittee like we did before, we figure out how the July 17th newly adopted stormwater regulations impact the development of a property here, the development of a bank diner property, and then we figure out what we're gonna do moving forward. I understand since we started to do this, the chief is obtaining proposals to prevent the leaking and deal with failing air conditioning systems, which is approaching $1 million. And my sense is this governing body is gonna have to figure out whether it's gonna put Band-Aids on this as we hold off, or decide to substantially revamp the building and not move. I mean, those are all the things that I think are on the table at this point. But I don't think we have enough information until we sit with our engineer, until we sit with our architect and figure out what has happened as a result of these stormwater regulations. You know, one thing for certain, the redeveloper has not, is no longer in contract for the acquisition of the Bank Diner property. So right now, we may not, unless we get into negotiations with the Bank Diner people, have the opportunity to go there. And we don't know if we can go there because we don't know what the stormwater regulations are going to mean for developing on that property. So
No.
that was my attempt to sum up, I know where we are. We have a lot more work to do in my mind.
Just so you're aware, I've asked 2 meetings, none of them know what the Bank Diner study even says.
What do you mean? Public knowledge.
Well, they didn't read it.
Well,
That's what I mean. So you better, you didn't know up to speed on
It's
that.
not their job to read.
Yeah.
What they do as a
How can they make a decision without reading that
They don't
plan?
make the decision to designate that. They don't make the decision. The
Doug, come on.
The planning board.
Doug, come on.
You know, so the planning board, so I'm gonna tell you what the law is.
I know what the law is, Doug.
Well, apparently you don't.
Yes, I do.
Because if you knew that, you know that all the governing body has the authority to do is ask the planning board to study.
They're talking about moving the municipal building there.
No, that's not what they're talking about. What they're talking about is asking the planning board to determine whether those 3 properties meet the criteria under 4812A1C, what the local house can be about the law, whether it should be designated. They have no authority to be able to do that study. The study was performed, it was presented to the planning board at open session, many of the people I recognize.
I'm not saying it wasn't.
Okay, and now.
I'm just saying, how did they not read it?
It's not their job to read it. It's the planning board's job to read it. It's not a referral of an ordinance.
So that's not where the municipal building was going?
I don't understand that. That would be part of it, maybe you're confusing me too. If it was designated, and if the governing body adopted a plan, there's 2 ways you could adopt a plan, which they would absolutely have to know about. I would agree with that. The plan would say, what's going to go there, how tall it's going to be, how many square footage, how much parking. Now, that could be delegated to the planning board, although I would never do that. I would recommend that the governing body work with its architect to come up with a plan, and they would know it before they sent it to the planning board. And then by law, the planning board must comment and give its opinion about what it thinks about the plan, because the plan is the equivalent of an ordinance, either an overlay or superseding ordinance. And they would have to know every sentence in that plan, because that would deal with what the ultimate project would look like. But in terms of the study, no. In fact, they have no authority to designate areas. They have no authority to study.
Where was this building that the architect designed going?
Where is it going to go?
The one that Dean just mentioned, it's going to get shredded.
So
Where was that building
the
going?
hope was, with the conditionally designated developer,
Mhm.
and before the July 17th stormwater rules, the hope was that the developer was going to buy that property, he was under contract.
By what you're pointing this way? It's over there.
I apologize, yeah, I'm the Bank Diner property.
Mhm.
And then, we were going to make him give us, I think it was $4 million, chief, for this, plus maybe more, depending on what it was, and give us X amount of dollars toward construction costs, to build that diner property. And then he was going to look for the opportunity to build right where we are now, condominiums.
So it's, the municipal building would go where the bank and diner is.
Central and Rochelle Ave, Joe.
Yes.
So what are you saying no for? I said that.
Well, we don't.
You say, I don't know what I'm talking
We don't have a
about.
plan.
That was a deal I think the mayor was talking about. Well,
Well, that wasn't a deal.
Oh, no.
That was vetted in the public. We talked about, and everybody knew about it. We adopted a resolution, and there was a discussion about it. We're trying to figure out a way to minimize the ultimate cost associated with building a brand new municipal building if it's decided that we need to replace, that we need to get out of here and build a new municipal building. If that's the case, we're trying to minimize the cost of the taxpayers, and the way you can do that is you can leverage developers to go and do that building for you. But that's off the table.
So you're willing to put residents here on this property that floods? Because Gene doesn't like it because it floods, but we're going to put hundreds of residents here?
So before the change in the stormwater rules, we're talking about doing parking, I believe, on the ground floor,
Yes.
potentially, and some units above. That was the thought. And the developer, thought that that was something that would work and something that would allow him to be able to have him give us money and construct a new redevelopment, a new municipal building for us at the bank.
And Dean, did you like the building you were in 1990? Was that a good police department?
We didn't have to put the taxpayers' lives at risk. We knew it.
Like that?
Order. Any other questions from the public?
Mr. Doyle,
Yes,
how much would a building like this cost to build? What would the estimate be?
we've got to know, what was the estimate that we had?
This one or
The one that
We handed out.
it was anywhere between 12 million.
Yeah, it was about
Or 12 to
I
16.
think the number was close to 12 million. I'm going off.
I understand that. Is the developer giving us 12 million to build this?
No, so that was gonna be, so first of all, there's no developer anymore, right? That's.
Yeah, I understand that fell through.
So
No, that doesn't exist.
what was going to happen is we were going to negotiate for this property and some cash. And construction, an amount of construction costs toward that building.
An amount of construction costs, not the full construction.
The goal was to see if we can get all of it covered. But where the rub came was whether we wanted, a full-blown, S-Class Mercedes, or whether we were gonna scale it back and figure out exactly how much we could negotiate, and then try to figure out how much of a building we could get for that. And we didn't even get close to that. I mean, as a result of what has now happened, we didn't even get close to that. The goal was to get as much of the construction costs covered in the transaction.
I understand all that, but there would be some cost to the taxpayers.
I don't think that's unfair to say that when we saw what happened with the cost of construction going up. I think that at some point there was going to be a cost, certainly depending on how much we wanted to improve the facilities that we have around here and keep them all. So I think that's a reasonable expectation, the goal being to make that as small as possible.
Well, what I'm seeing here in this is short of what's in this building. I won't go into it with you unless anybody wants to open these.
I did not go through that, so I'm in no position.
No, I know, that's okay.
Hi, my name's Ed Kaniski, Lincoln Avenue, Russell Park. A couple of questions. I don't fully understand what you said. I wonder if you could explain it to me. Is it your position that now, that since the bank diner parcel is not proceeding at this time, we should proceed or we should not proceed as a township with the conditional designation for the two parcels?
He's no longer, he is no longer, he came to us, the developer came to us and said, I have a contract to acquire the bank diner property. I'm willing to go and acquire your property. And what I'd like you to do is designate the properties over in Fairfield. And what I want to do is put a giant package together, and I want to get in the new municipal building. I'm going to go acquire the bank diner building. I'd like to get the condos here, and I'd like to get the condos over here. As of, within the last 30 days, he is no longer under contract for that property. So the recommendation I'm giving the governing body is, we need to regroup and figure out, one, because it was posed to everybody tonight, are we going to go to a new municipal building, or are we going to reinvest in this property? That, I hate to pass the buck, but only you, the elected officials, can make that decision. If the answer is no, we can't keep putting money into this building, that's your decision, then we have to pursue finding an alternative site. Now, we know the bank diner property is still willing to work with us, they're still willing to talk with us. So it begs the question, do we go out there on an RFP for other developers? And that's one of the things we do. We can see if there's other people. We can ask the bank diner people if they're interested in building a course. My sense is that's not the business they're in. We want to be careful with that, but I think we have a lot of options. But right now, the option with that developer is no longer on the table.
Are we going to be involved with getting the deal back together? And if so, should the public be involved in putting a deal together between two private parties, the conditional developer and the bank?
I'm not going to be involved.
Okay.
I'm your point person for redevelopment, and putting a deal back together with a developer who has walked away from a contract with the bank dynamic. If they choose to do that, and they come to us at some point, I guess, like any other time, we'll consider it and see what they have to say, and figure out whether the governing body wants to go in that decision. But right now, where we stand today, the building in its current condition, we do not have a developer that's willing to go and move forward along the lines we talked about. So we've got to figure out what to do with this building, figure out what we can build, figure out what can go on in the bank building and move forward. Or decide, you don't do any of that, fix this building. And that's really the governing body's decision. And if you do that, you don't need me. I'm gone.
Just one additional comment. Were those architectural plans on the bank diner property? Is that what you were talking about?
Yes.
Okay, I would object to shredding any of those documents, public documents. I think those are of public record. I don't think they should be shredded. I think they may be of interest. I'd like to levy an objection to that.
You don't have to have an objection. I understand that public documents, and I was referring to the fact that they're moot. They're useless to us based on they were done before the DEP guidelines, and that's it. The renderings are useless to us, but we will keep.
They may be useless, but they may be informative, because I myself have wondered what exactly you're going to fit on that property that would be a municipal building that would replace this, and I can't for the life of me figure out what it would look like, so that I think it would be helpful to look at what somebody thought might be able to fit there and serve as a municipal building.
Yes. Anybody who wants to ask for it can get a copy of it. It's not being destroyed. So you're happy to see it. You remind everybody that as a result of the stormwater regulations, it no longer applies, so, but everybody can get a copy if they want it.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Bill Coleman, 58 Slasher. The mayor brought up a good point. I attended that planning board meeting that night, and it was 3 or none. So if they decide to take away the bank property or something, basically the whole deal is negated. My question is that the planning board approved it with that stipulation. So can they terminate their approval and force a new developer to come in at a later date and resubmit all over again, giving us the opportunity to maybe scrutinize it a little bit better, and make a little bit more, some more demands on it that we might have bypassed or missed on this one. So is there a time limit? Maybe Mr. Kanuski would know. If a motion on the planning board is made with stipulations, if those stipulations are negated, can that motion be terminated?
Can I just make a comment though? There was never a redevelopment agreement, is that correct, please? So there was nothing.
No, it's not a redevelopment, it's a redevelopment study.
Redevelopment study, but there were no opportunities missed for this township committee to put conditions on any sort of deal that may or may not have happened going forward, is that correct?
And the sole job of the planning board was to determine whether it met the criteria. That's it. And it determined each and every one of those parcels met the criteria. I would recommend the governing body designate it, because at some point in the near future, if the opportunity arises, we can adopt a plan, which is going to go through a whole public process. But I would recommend you do that. There is no plan. There is no ability to build anything on the diner property other than what's approved right now. There is no plan for this. There is no plan for Fairfield. There is no plan for the bank diner property. I would recommend you designate it when those resolutions come forward.
My issue is development versus redevelopment. There's a big difference in those two words. And if you want to develop in a community, fine, that's one thing. Redevelopment, that opens up a whole can of worms. that could open up pilot programs, stipulations on tax abatements and things like that. So my concern is if that study for the redevelopment is negated, then they can come back and the planning board could say, listen, we don't want redevelopment. We want a developer. We don't care if there's a dozen developers that want to come in. They want to invest in our community, fine. But we don't deviate by doing a redevelopment in there. Once we put the redevelopment in there, the same thing like across the street, now we wanted Fairfield. Now we can't put any retail because we had to put an egress for that. Instead of going out on the Plaza Way, they wanted to go up Fairfield. There's too many stipulations with a redevelopment that could be manipulated and twisted later on to the developer's benefit. And that's why I'm saying, if this is negated, they come before us again, and instead of a redevelopment study, they're gonna do a development study. It's our community, and to have builders come in, listen, they made $12 million on the storage building 30 days after they got the pilot program. We're not their kitty, and we're not their piggy bank. We got nothing for it. The pump station, that should have been paid for by the developer. You got a tax abatement, you know what, throw in and give us a partial towards the pump station. It shouldn't be on the burden of the taxpayers. Thank you.
Anybody else from the public?
Christina Holtz, 82 Forest Place. You keep mentioning McNerney, and I'm a little confused. McNerney owns the Bank Diner property?
He's the representative of the sellers.
Okay, so he's not the owner. So he's representative for the sellers, but if we were to negotiate with him, he is our township appraiser, correct? He is. So you're saying that we're going to have to negotiate with someone that we're paying to be our appraiser?
So
Appraiser.
so first of all, it's been my experience that I think he would likely potentially be there, but it's been my experience that any negotiations will likely take place with attorneys and principals. I don't know that he's a principal of the seller. I understand that he's a rep, and they let me know that he confirmed for me that in fact they want him to come. So I don't know that, we would definitely be negotiating with Mr. McNerney as opposed to the principals, the owners, and their attorneys.
When you look up the tax records for the Bank Diner property, he's listed as the owner. It's a conflict of interest.
Anybody else from the public? Make a motion to close?
Because I don't know where she got that information, but, well, so the public records sometimes aren't always up to date. I'm advised that he's not the owner, he is not the owner of the property.
All right, can we close, make a motion to close public session?
I'll make the motion.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, Rochelle Ave improvements, we have a Bergen County representative here.
Hello, Mr. Dutch. How are you? Wherever you like, wherever you're comfortable.
Close to the mic.
So for those that don't know Mr. Tom Dutch, he's the county council as well as the county administrator.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here this evening at the request of the administrator and also at the request of the attorney for the municipality. I know there have been some questions that have been raised regarding the Rochelle Avenue corridor improvements. I'd like to just kind of do a brief statement about that. As we all know, Route 17 bottleneck is an area that is a 2-mile stretch where Route 17 goes from 3 lanes in each direction to 2 lanes in each direction. In those 2 miles, it crosses 4 bridges. Those bridges were all built in the 1930s. They all require replacement. The county and the state have been working very hard to try to get the Route 17 bottleneck addressed. And funding in the amount of $380 million has been preliminarily secured to begin that project. When we talk about beginning that project, the project calls for widening that road about 18 feet on each side, and adding a full lane and adding a full shoulder. It is a huge project. It is a project that will take years to design. So what does that do? That gives the opportunity for communities along Route 17 to address what might happen during the construction period. It was that concern, I believe, that back in 2008, I was told by our county planner, Rochelle Park originally opposed the expansion of Route 17. However, in 2020, late 2020, early 2021, before I became the Bergen County Administrator and Bergen County Council, there was a reach out by Rochelle Park. That reach out was by your Administrator, Jack Terhune. There were a number of initial meetings. Some of those meetings, there were officials who were also present. And as a result of those meetings, the county executive went to the state legislature to seek funding. What did he go to seek funding for? He went to seek funding because Jack Terhune and the team that he brought to the county said that Rochelle Park could potentially have tremendous traffic problems when the Route 17 bottleneck gets underway. So in anticipation or in preparation for that day when that would happen, Jack Terhune came with his committee and asked for us to consider, for the county to consider, certain improvements to Rochelle Ave and the county road. It's important to note that this is not the first time that this has happened in Rochelle Park. Many years ago, there was an expansion of the Garden State Plaza, and with that expansion, there was takings of some 26 properties on Passaic Ave. And that was done, Passaic Street. That was done through Joe Rotolo, who was your municipal attorney at that time, with county participation in terms of providing some mapping. When I became the administrator, July 1st of 2021, Jack Terhune had a listing of really what the improvements were that Rochelle Park wanted. This list was not devised by Bergen County. This list was a list that was provided by Rochelle Park. In fact, I communicated multiple times with Jack Terhune to make sure that the language that was contained in the resolution of Rochelle Park matched the very same language as in Bergen County's. So the county resolution and the Rochelle Park resolution had to match. So in your resolution, number 2022-0131, which you have since rescinded, I will acknowledge that, but in that resolution, there was a listing of what the improvements would be along the Rochelle Avenue corridor. Essentially, what Jack presented to the county executive and to the county administration was do something for the residents of Rochelle Park. Help the residents of Rochelle Park so that if Rochelle Avenue becomes a shortcut during the construction period around the Route 17 bottleneck, let's try to alleviate that problem ahead of time. Let's build that first before the Route 17 bottleneck is addressed. So in that resolution, it talks about Market Street, Essex Street, Rochelle Ave, Main Street intersection. It talks about the Railroad Avenue intersection, the Central Avenue intersection, and the Terrace Avenue intersection. It talks about adding left turn lanes in certain areas. It talks about widening, and it talks about improvements to the school property so that the traffic jam that kind of regularly occurs there would be addressed and corrected. So the resolution of support was passed. The county executive took the resolution of support, went to the state legislature, and in fact, in the language in the resolution, it was sent to Senator Paul Sarlo, who was chairman of the Senate Budget Committee. It was sent to Senator Joseph Lagana, was sent to the Bergen County executive, was sent to me, and was also sent to the Bergen County engineer. What happened was, as a result, the state agreed to give us up to $10 million in funding for these improvements. When we received the commitment from the state, it took some time for us to determine how that money would be paid, how it would be dispersed, and how it would be spent. When the county does improvements on county roads, the county has a standard shared services agreement that it sends out. And that standard shared services agreement provides that the municipality has certain obligations in terms of funding. We submitted that shared services agreement to you, you objected to it. As a result of your objection, you then passed resolution number 023-119. And you specifically referred to February 22, 2023, we sent you the shared services agreement, and that it places on Rochelle Park an, in your words, unfeasible financial, legal, and logistical burdensome responsibility on the Township of Rochelle Park. So, I will say what happened is, we had begun preparing very basic conceptual plans as a result of the initial resolution. Proceeding further becomes a problem if Rochelle Park doesn't want it. This is not a county determination. This is a Rochelle Park determination. We have obtained the funding. We are willing to do more in this instance than we normally do with shared services agreement. You have to determine whether that's enough, and you have to determine then if you wish to proceed. If you do not wish to proceed, we are compelled to go back to the state, tell them that this project will not move forward, and see if they would allow us to use the money anyplace else. I don't know if that's the case. So in preparation for coming here today, I asked a number of questions which were asked by both Dean and by Mark in conversations with me. So we talked about when the discussion started. There was a question that, I asked a question, will we proceed with the intersection improvement at Rochelle Ave and Railroad Ave, even if Rochelle Park is not on board? So the answer is that Rochelle Park would need to be on board even with that, because the typical shared services agreement provides that the municipality pays for the electricity, provides traffic protection during construction, and adopts ordinances for any modified traffic patterns. So in any instance where the county goes into a municipality and does a intersection improvement at a county road, it is only done if the municipality agrees to those things. So both Dean and Mark asked, what else can you do for us? All of the engineering design will be by the county. There will be no responsibility for design on the municipality. We would have periodic meetings with the municipality as the project proceeded to discuss any kind of issues that would arise. In terms of road widening, if road widening is necessary and properties need to be taken, the county will prepare the survey for each one of those properties, the meets and bounds legal description for the property, the meets and bounds legal description for the portion of the property that needs to be taken for road widening, and the design specifications for any sidewalk improvements, driveway improvements, wall improvements, and even shrubs if that they need to be replaced as a result of widening. So we would handle that as well. The other thing that we would do, that the county does not do in other instances and has never done, I'm told, I'm only there 2 years, but I'm told the county has never improved school property in a municipality in connection with a traffic improvement project. In this instance, as long as your school board is on board and you want that improvement, and that improvement was some enhancements to the parking lot and another way out of the parking lot, so that you would enhance traffic flow in the area. I'm not an engineer. I'm a lawyer and the administrator, so I want to make that very clear. So I can't talk about design, but I can tell you that the county would be responsible for that as well. The county would also, from that $10 million, we would pay, that money would be applied to any taking that needed to be required. So let's say Rochelle Park came back and said, look, we only want to do the intersections, we don't want to do the residential areas in between, we don't want to add the lanes there. You know, that's a Rochelle Park option. But if you come back and you say that, whatever takings there have to be, the takings have to be done by your municipality. We will work with your attorney. I'm told it worked very well when it was done last time. I will tell you that in order to begin preliminary concept design, we have, not recently, but we did have some of our engineering staff come out and take a look, and traffic officers assisted us so that we had no difficulty, and we do appreciate that. The county executive also asked me to indicate to you that he has no difficulty going back and requesting from the state additional funding. So let's say you decide you want to go forward with the project, and the project winds up costing us $10.8 million. He has committed that he would go back to the legislature and ask for that additional appropriation if necessary. So what would the burden be on Rochelle Park? So on Rochelle Park, you would have the obligation of completing the takings of any properties in question with this for road widening and intersection widening. But essentially, the county is handling, and you would have the responsibility for the appraisals of those properties. So those would be the professional services that you need. We would provide the rest. Yes?
I have a question for you. So I was at the second meeting, not the initial meeting. The second meeting that I attended, we were told Rochelle Park had to acquire the post office for about $1 million. So the taxpayers had to put that money out. Is that reimbursable to Rochelle Park?
Acquiring, and you have to excuse me, I have hearing aids as a result of COVID, so I'm not hearing you very well. But I will say to you that in terms of the post office, the acquiring of the post office for the intersection widening is an eligible cost that will be paid from the $10 million grant.
So if it goes over 10 million, because that's about $1 million from what they had mentioned in that meeting.
Wait, if you go over 10 million on just the post office?
No. So now you're down to 9 million, because if that building.
Yeah, my comment was, I thought I was pretty clear, that, so if the costs are more than $10 million, the county executive has committed that he will go back and ask the legislature for that additional funding. What I'm really trying to do here is lay out exactly what your costs are. Your costs are going to be the appraisals of all these properties, and it's going to be the attorney costs to do that. You may determine you want your own engineer to monitor the project. That would be on you, but that's your determination. So the rest of it, the county would pay for it out of the grant.
That wasn't told to us in the initial.
So I hope that clears up, because yes, you were at the earlier meeting. And it probably was not that clear.
Yeah, it was
So,
not.
hopefully,
Yes.
I have cleared that up tonight.
Mr. Dutt, I wrote you the email, Linda Boniface, and I discussed why does this post office need to come down? Why do we need to straighten out Lots Lane to go into a park? I just feel it'll be a cut through. But I don't understand why we need to straighten out Central Ave. Nobody can give me a right answer.
So, Committeewoman, that would be an answer that really should come from an engineer. But I would tell you that what they're trying to do is have the intersection so that the roadways match, as opposed to the way they are now, because that road is lower. So the preliminary rendering for Lots Lane, it would go through where the post office building is and kind of turn to the left. So hopefully that would address your concern about would people speed on that roadway. It's going to be a very small kind of roadway. So but I'm not the right person to answer the engineering concern.
To me, it's a waste of money. I'd rather see, I looked at the plans, Mr. Dutch, and nothing is happening on the southbound lanes of Rochelle Ave. Everything's gonna be on the northbound. Well, traffic's gonna go southbound and northbound. How can we fix one side of the street and leave the other side the same way?
If the municipality is interested in proceeding based on what I said tonight, we're happy to have a meeting and continue those discussions and take everybody's input and come up with a revised design plan, okay? Part of the design takes into consideration the location of the utilities on that roadway. So on one side where there are more, it's more utility intensive, the improvements have been pushed to the other side. That helps all of us in terms of cost. So that's my understanding of why that was done.
I'm only talking about curb and sidewalk. I'm not talking about major excavation of the road. I just feel buying a building for, we don't even know what it appraises for, and straightening out a road that goes into a park that has a gate that sometimes locks. Nobody can answer me why this needed to be done. And that's where I feel there's a waste of taxpayer money.
Well, I can't, I can tell you I was told from an engineering perspective, this is a far better design, a far safer design, and meets design standards. I'm not an engineer, so I would like to leave it at that.
Yeah, I'm just saying what my opinion is on that.
That's why we're here, Committeewoman.
But I wasn't allowed to go to the meetings, even though I have 36 years in road construction. That's why I have to speak up, Mr. Dutch.
Deputy Mayor, just one other comment.
Yes.
So, the committeewoman did write to me, and she also had another comment, and that comment was about the Saddle River County Park, in the Rochelle Park area. So I'd like to address that as well before I leave this evening. So, I will tell you that there were 4 park improvement projects that were awarded by the county. So it was one contract, 4 parks. Unfortunately, Rochelle Park area will be the last one that is completed, but it will be completed by December 31st, by the end of this year. And that will be the renovation of the basketball court, the 2 tennis courts, and the 3 pickleball courts. So the contract is awarded, and the contractor right now is in Samuel Nelkin Park in Wallington, and you're the next stop.
I saw that, and I knew the thing had been, the contract had been, it was a bid, and it was bidded, so I knew that something was happening, but I didn't see them coming here, so I got a little nervous.
Okay.
That's why. Thank you so much.
I hope I've alleviated your fears.
Thank you.
Thanks. One last question, Mr. Dutch, and excuse me, I asked in an email. If we were to seek grants for streetscaping and nicer lanterns and lighting, is that reimbursable as well?
If you get the grant, we will work it into the project, okay? So like, when I was in Garfield, I received Safe Schools to Streets funding, and I also did, streetscape funding. And we worked that in with the county. We would do the same thing here. So if you obtain the grant for that funding, if you get full funding, great. If you don't, there may be some cost on Rochelle Park. So just full disclosure.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
One more question. So you said that the project in the park will be done by December 31st. When are they going to start?
I do not know that. When they finish at Samuel
Okay,
Nelson.
because that was torn up in 2019. We've been waiting 4 years for that. So if it's,
Yeah, I would say,
a big project like that to be done by December 31st,
yeah,
we need to get started very soon.
Committeewoman, I don't know what happened before. I did, since I took this job, do a tour countywide of our parks. There were a huge number of needs. This is really the first large-scale project that I've undertaken since I've taken this job. We will get to you. I apologize that it's taken this long, but we will get to you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Do you want to open it to the public?
Thank you very much.
You
Can we open to the public if they have questions for you? Okay. Anybody object to opening to the public?
I'll make the motion.
Motion?
Make the motion.
Second?
I'll second.
Okay, open to the public?
Just questions for the
Just a reminder, these are just questions to what we just addressed.
Mr. Dutch.
Thank you.
Mr. Dutch, how are you, sir? How you doing, all right? Nice to see you. How are you? So we have the Rochelle Avenue Railroad Avenue project is probably 10 years old as of now, okay? At least. Obviously, you wouldn't maybe not even know that. But the whole point of the matter is that you're saying that if the town decides that they don't want to go ahead, that the Railroad Avenue project will also not happen. I mean, we've been working on that for like forever. And that was a project that was supposed to be happening over and over and over again. And yet, now you're saying, not from what you're getting, is that if we don't go ahead and do this, that we're not even going to think about doing Railroad in Rochelle. And that's really one of the main reasons, if there's one issue that really needs to be addressed, it's that one, just as an example. Now, I found it interesting because you said there was a team or a group who attended those meetings from the town.
So it was Jack Tuheen, and the deputy mayor was at least one meeting recently, but I did not bring those records with me. Normally, I keep a sheet of who attends these meetings.
Right.
I did not bring that with me, but it was your administrator and at least two committee members typically.
And what date was that? I'm sorry, I missed.
Oh, we met multiple times.
Yeah, the first time, when was that? Or when he first approached?
I first came in July 1st of 2021, but this was, we already had a preliminary meeting, maybe meetings before I got there.
Right, do you have any idea when that was? Because I left here.
I do not.
I left here on January 15th,
Okay.
okay? And I find it pretty interesting that all of a sudden, out of nowhere, here comes this Route 17 project. That's pretty interesting. The other aspect of it is that, listen, I've been around a long time. I was here when we did the Essex Street project as an example, okay? With that, we all knew that there was gonna be a big problem with the traffic. So we already knew we had to make some adjustments. I don't know, so the only way that this is gonna happen, Rochelle Avenue would happen, is if we decide to go ahead with this Route 17 project. And you're saying it's $10 million, but you say that the county exec would go to the state, but there's no guarantee that we're going to get 5 cents more if it's gonna be that.
There is no guarantee, but if the project is well underway, I'm reasonably comfortable that the Senate delegation we have, both sides, Democrats and Republicans in Bergen County, would be supportive of our request. There's no guarantee, you are correct, but we would have to carefully monitor the project, and until we know that Rochelle Park really wants to go ahead, we've gone as far as we can go in terms of preliminary design.
What really is the benefit to the Rochelle Park residents to do this Route 17 project? I don't really,
Point of order, please, so everyone can hear. Sorry, no, to the front.
It ultimately will depend on the scope of the project, okay? My understanding from the initial request and the meetings we've had since I'm there is that they want to enhance traffic flow on Rochelle Avenue, okay? So the improvements are designed to enhance traffic flow.
Okay, so, and I just, again, I don't really know, again, this project is what got me back here to municipal meetings, okay? I'm perfectly honest with you. I was all ready to retire, got finished, and this is what got me back, okay? And it really has my hair up too, whatever I have left. But the whole point of the matter is that there really is no major benefit to the residents of Rochelle Park and what it's going to cost the residents over the years of lost ratables and losing various the businesses on Route 17 and everything else, for this project. Me personally, I'm totally and completely against it. And I live on the south side of town. If it takes me a few minutes to get over to Passaic Street, so be it. It's not the end of the world to me. because I don't really think this is what Rochelle Park needs.
It is a Rochelle Park decision, sir.
So, and I want to make that clear to all of you, that that's my position.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Michael Warren, 181 West Oldest. Just listening to your presentation, and you seem to know what you're talking about. But I was kind of curious as to the enhancement of traffic flow, when I really think the county should be looking at removing cars from the road, maybe coming up with some alternative transportation plans instead of making our roads accommodate more vehicles. But I also don't know what $10 million would actually get Rochelle Ave. Rochelle Ave goes from Essex to Plaza Way. It's a pretty long stretch. And from all of the things you described, I can't really see $10 million, we'd be under the $10 million fixing all of those issues along Rochelle Ave. And I understand the administrator asked about streetscaping. Why can't that be put into the 10 million? It just doesn't sound like enough money to take care of the street and to put more cars on the road. I haven't heard anything about maybe bike lanes or a light rail as an alternative to Route 17 widening. We have to admit that it's not going to alleviate traffic, we know that. Because a mile up the road in Paramus, the 3 lanes, you're stuck up there going to the Paramus Park Mall or any of those stores up there. I just don't think this sounds like a well-thought-out project, but that's just my opinion, and this is my time to comment and ask, so can you help me with that?
I would make two comments, and one is that the county executive is a huge supporter of the light rail and the extension of light rail into Bergen County. Unfortunately, we have not received the support that we need from around the rest of the state.
So who do we have a contact for that?
That's something that he intends to continue to pursue. You contact your legislators. Your legislators are the key, all right?
And the legislators, these are the same legislators that are going to grant the additional money?
Yes.
If the county executive asks for it?
That we would go to, yes, and I feel strongly that we...
I just don't think the 10 million is enough, people.
Well, let me address the second, address the second part of your question. So, in Garfield, I was the manager in Garfield for 18 years. So, in Garfield, when you come from Elmwood Park to Outwater Lane now, we created a river walk. The river walk is 5,000 feet long. I will tell you that the river walk was created by putting together all different grants, just like the administrator is talking about. So what I did there, I did a bikeway along the top, okay? So there's a bikeway money. Then, I did streetscape improvements, I got streetscape money. So, my point here would be to encourage any application. Safe Streets to Schools could handle curbing, sidewalk, setbacks by the school, raised crosswalks.
Yes, I agree with you.
If you put those monies together,
I just want
a really strong project.
Yes, and I think Mr. Dutch, right? Dutch is correct that grants could assist. But I don't want the public to think that grants are automatic and that whatever we apply for we'll get. Because if we don't, and I've been on the committee before where we haven't gotten grants that we've applied for, and it's a disappointment, but to not have a solution for that grant money that could have come our way that we don't qualify for, we're too small for, I'd like to see those improvements that you just mentioned somehow built in. I'm not a fan of the Route 17 widening as a resident at all. I think there are better ways to do it. It's not my decision, but I appreciate your time and really your explanation. Thank you.
Well, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Mary Ellen Pardo, 161 West Oldest. This really doesn't have anything to do with the project, but it's about the railroad crossings. And I'm sure, Dean, you're aware of this. Who manages or takes care of the railroad crossings? Because my son works at CVS, and he says every time there's a heavy downpour, they close and stay closed for a while. So is that a Bergen County thing that needs to be?
That'd be the railroad.
The railroad is in charge of that. Okay, but we're aware that that is happening.
I know we've had issues in the past.
Okay, like I said, I just know because my son works at CVS, and he said every time it rings, they go down and stay
I
down.
don't know if it's every time, but I know that problem.
Okay, I just wanted to mention it while you were here.
Congratulations on your appointment. Just a question, you mentioned about Joe Rotolo helping with the 17 project back years ago.
Not the 17 project.
Okay.
The State Street.
Okay, that's what I wanted to just clarify that, because he did the work over here, adding the left turn lanes in.
Yeah, I was told that it was a very, it was handled very smoothly and, so what I proposed here is that we would provide all of the individual property maps, current standard, current conditions, and then conditions later on.
I just don't understand how the town approved this resolution initially without even knowing the amount of ratables being lost and the amount of properties being taken. I mean, we're losing 87 properties, either full or partial.
Well, that's on Route 17.
I know, on Route 17.
Not
And now you're talking about us losing more ratables on Rochelle Avenue. And I think, though, that I don't see how a council could approve any project without knowing those numbers, the amount of ratables being lost. It's pretty important. And I just don't see, if anyone travels, I know the county executive is from Paramus. He must go north on Paramus. There's 3 lanes in Paramus, and there's traffic jams. The 3 lanes are not going to solve anything. You have 3 lanes of traffic. That's what you're going to have. And you're going to spend $380 million on 3 lanes of traffic. I think the suggestion of light rail, or all alternatives, this light rail goes back to Loretta Weinberg and Rose Heck, the assembled back in the 90s. It's been talked about forever. I think that's something that should be looked at more than adding another lane of traffic. That's all that's going to happen. The 3 lanes will not solve the traffic issue. And then you go down southbound, you're going to have traffic lights still, I presume. It's also going to be backups of traffic. So it's really not going to solve it. It's going to hurt us only. And it's going to be a big financial impact on us. We're going to lose long-time businesses. It's not going to be good for the town. And I'm glad the town rescinded it. Everybody got a copy of that resolution.
Thank you.
Ekudisky, Lincoln Avenue, Rochelle Park. I have a couple of questions. Could you explain, I'm a little bit confused. There are one project or two. Is there a Route 17 project in Rochelle Avenue, or are there 2 separate projects?
There are 2 separate projects.
Okay.
The Route 17 widening project was really a state project, okay? The Rochelle Avenue project would be a county and municipal project. The Rochelle Avenue project was contemplated to be done in advance of the Route 17 project with the goal that it would help Rochelle Park with widening, with opening up some intersections so that when the Route 17 project starts, hopefully it'll help traffic on local streets. That's the goal.
Okay. Can you tell me who initiated the project? You said it was a Rochelle Park decision, but whose initial decision was that? Was it the county level, or did Rochelle Park?
No, it was not at the county level, sir. What happened was, and I said that earlier, I'm sorry if I wasn't clear enough.
Okay.
The administrator from Rochelle Park reached out on behalf of Rochelle Park to the county for assistance to address Rochelle Avenue and what's going to happen if they build this Route 17 bottleneck project, what's going to happen if they widen Route 17. So it was good planning on the part of the municipal committee, to at least make the inquiry. So the inquiry came from Rochelle Park to the county.
Okay. When discussions are done on projects of this nature, do you just work with the municipality, or do you work with private landowners? Specifically, a question I've got is, were there any discussions with Westfield Garden State Plaza?
There were no discussions with Garden State Plaza.
Okay.
Any discussions with us have been the county and Rochelle Park. That's it.
Okay. Do you know, if you know, are there any discussions between Westfield Garden State Plaza and the state regarding Route 17?
I am not personally aware,
Okay.
sir.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Thanks.
Mr. Dutch, I think people are confused about the 2 projects. The Route 17 project is a state project that was going to go on either way.
That is correct.
So when we did this, like you said, we wanted to get ahead of it and fix our municipality, hoping that when Route 17 does happen, it helps traffic flow in our town. So they're not really connected. Am I correct in saying that?
No, they're not really connected. They are separate projects. The Route 17 project is a state improvement project with federal funds. The project we're talking about here would be a county project in hand with Rochelle Park with state funds. So that's the difference, okay? And the project here, if I were sitting where you're sitting, like I did in Garfield, you have to watch out for your municipality. So to watch out for your municipality, should we consider doing some of these improvements? Would they help our people? Only you can make that decision, but that's why the funding was sought, and we're still here to help if that's what you want.
Yeah, I think the public is a little confused on that issue.
Well, hopefully the last answer I gave helped.
I have another question for you. We talked about, and I appreciate that you're discussing the improvements for the school. Would the Board of Education have the opportunity to discuss what you're planning to do and give input?
That decision will be made by you, because, yes. So the Board of Ed property and the traffic that's generated there, addressing it here certainly would be helpful. So, we're offering that part of the money could be used to address that, and that's not the norm, all right? That's the thinking out of the box that the administrator asked us to do,
We appreciate that.
okay?
And real quick, if I can, before Mr. Davidson, so as police chief, I attended the field visit or site visits with county engineering, Mr. Terhune, and present was Dr. DeNoble and the business administrator at the time. And we had those several discussions, and I know they brought it back to the Board of Ed, because they voiced some concerns about losing some frontage of property. And I don't think you mentioned, Mr. Dutch, but that traffic signal of Rochelle Terrace that's currently owned by the township and not within MUTCD requirements, that's going to be replaced by the county? That'll be, that traffic signal, I believe that was part of the plans, correct?
It's in the resolution.
I believe it was. But okay.
We stand by the resolution because that's the resolution the county passed. Yours is revoked, but our resolution is still in effect.
Quick question. Why then in the resolution did it say that the town supports the Route 17 project if they're two separate projects?
No, I don't care whether the town supports the Route 17 project.
That's what the resolution said.
No, the resolution
The original
said,
resolution. The original one.
the resolution says, whereas this project will ultimately result in major improvements to facilitate traffic flow through the Route 17 bottleneck area in Maywood, Rochelle Park, and Paramus. But what's important here is this part. The County of Bergen has also sought and obtained financing for improvements to Rochelle Avenue in Rochelle Park to take place prior to the commencement of the Route 17 bottleneck improvements. And the Mayor and Township Committee of Rochelle Park want the improvements will be as follows: the Market Street, Essex Street, Rochelle Ave, Main Street intersection, the Railroad Avenue intersection, the Central Avenue intersection, and the Terrace Avenue intersection. So when they revoked the resolution, they revoked the entire resolution. If they revoke the resolution pertaining to Route 17, that doesn't matter to us, okay? I mean, it may,
Am I missing?
we want to do the improvement. If Rochelle Park wants to do it, we want to use the money to do the improvement. Again, if Rochelle Park wants to do it.
So that resolution there, we did not have to support Route 17 at all. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying. This resolution says, well, I didn't draft this resolution. This is your resolution. This is the Rochelle Park resolution. This resolution says they support, the Rochelle Park Township Committee and Mayor support the Rochelle Ave improvement project. And then we have a resolution that says, no, we don't. So we're not going to spend more money on design if the township doesn't want it. If the township doesn't want it, that's a township decision.
But it's solely, I don't know. Am I missing something here? I don't know, because it seems to me that there was a resolution here that was passed, where you supported the Route 17 project.
Yeah, the caption of the resolution.
Okay, so,
So wait, let me,
So it's
let me just
connected,
finish. The caption of the resolution, the initial resolution passed by Rochelle Park says, a resolution in support of the Route 17 bottleneck project
right,
and improvements to Rochelle
which
Avenue.
now connects the two.
Right. The resolution, the next one rescinds the prior resolution.
Correct.
So
Right,
it's
right.
completely rescinded.
Right, right. Now, the other thing is that I started to talk about this before, about
And I'm sorry, because I'm talking about your resolution, I shouldn't be. Sorry.
I'm just saying, but I just want to make it clear, I'm not I know I'm getting old, but just want to make sure here. So the whole thing is that in order to do Route 17, you're going to have to make improvements to Rochelle Avenue, you have to make improvements to Maywood Avenue, because you're not going to be able to deal with all that traffic anyways. But the whole point of the matter is that what did the state say? The state's going to do this no matter what, is that what you're trying to say? No matter what, the state's going to go ahead and they're going to move forward with this.
They are. They are.
We have, I mean, we can, object to the state, but they're probably gonna go ahead with this project.
Without a doubt.
Yeah, so why wouldn't we use this money to help Rochelle Ave?
Well, so then get the best deal you possibly can.
Right, yes, the reason why we rescinded, because we didn't feel the deal was the best. we could
Right,
get.
because you voted for it without knowing all the information that you should have had before.
No, we voted, and then we saw the plans, and then we rescinded it.
Oh, yeah, and
That's what happened.
by the way, where are these plans? Because I haven't seen them. Has anybody here?
Well, it was the first one of the plans, and we told them what we didn't like, and that's what happened, so.
But are there any?
Now we can, now we go back to
I just had them at my house, I looked them over for a week or so.
I'm just trying, because we don't really know anything when it comes to
I
the
have
plans.
referred to preliminary concept plans, yes, absolutely.
Which
are, at this point,
I remember talking about the preliminary plans that we weren't happy with them months ago.
And we rescinded it, we
Yeah.
talked about the preliminary.
Well,
We asked for
listen, you don't have to
that.
tell me that you rescinded it, because I've been here asking you to rescind it.
Well, you were here when we rescinded it, we asked for the bike lane, it wasn't there, you asked us to.
You only have so much room on Rochelle Ave.
Yeah, and there was a lot of stuff that we didn't agree with.
Be on someone's front steps.
A lot of misinformation from departments, so.
Maybe you can answer this, maybe not. What are they doing with the bridges, the overpasses? When they,
the bridges in the bottleneck area,
yes, if they fall
they're all
apart,
supposed to be replaced.
well, when are they gonna do it if they don't do it? When one of those finally collapses, I see them replacing and repairing them every week, they've got a lane closed.
Yeah,
If that bridge falls down and all the traffic's on Rochelle Avenue overnight, I know, just a question. So
The bridges need to be replaced.
Another reason why that bottleneck project shouldn't go
replace
ahead.
them as 2 lanes, though. It's fruitless to replace it at 2 lanes, correct? They're gonna wanna make it 3 lanes.
The state plan approved by the federal government is 3 lanes, a full shoulder on each side, and 4 new bridges.
And if they don't approve that, if they don't do that project like they have for the past 40 years, are they ever gonna just do the bridges?
So,
You know,
I'm
answer that.
I'm a county official.
Right, I understand.
I'm not a state official.
But there's nothing in the wind that, you know.
If I may?
Yes.
So I actually, as a police lieutenant, under the command of Chief Flannery, was invited into a meeting, and Administrator Davidson was there as well, in our senior center with members of the state DOT, saying that within 6 years, they would hope to have rebuild those bridges, and the talk was to rebuild them in place and then slide them in. Do we build temporary bridges? So it's like anything else, I think they have a plan, whether or not that comes to
But whatever they
fruition.
do, it seems useless to build a 2-lane bridge when they want to build a 3-lane bridge. So they're not going to do anything until the latest another 5 years. When does that bridge finally?
To Mr. Dexter's point, contact your local legislature and demand those answers from them, to have them demand it from the DOT. I concur with you, it makes no sense.
It makes no sense to build a 2-lane bridge to replace it.
I agree with you.
All the time they're delaying the road, they're only decaying. When it caves in, my end of it, in Connecticut, one day, now you got traffic on all the side streets, and you weren't prepared for it. So, catch 9.
Okay.
I think it will. This is another one, Colin. Thank you, Mr. Dutch. Your patience.
Susan Yakabuchi, Ward Street. Mr. Dutch, congratulations on your position. I just want to say that there's a lot of thinking in this room that's 20 years old. If you drive north on Route 17, they're using the shoulder as a third lane. Any of the entrances from the streets, from Woodland, from Marinas, these are dangerous. If anybody wants to drive on this highway and have their kids learn driving in this area, you don't take them on 17. It needs to be done. The bridges need to be done. It's dangerous. It's not safe. And anybody that objects to it, this isn't a country town anymore. You are thinking of it as this little country, sand dunes and things like that. Nothing would have ever gotten done. Things have to progress. You can't go back 20 years. Because it needs. And another thing, when the cannabis resolution was passed, that gives the town another 600,000 to 800,000, maybe, am I estimating that correctly? That was to offset some of the ratables, so that was part of the consideration when 17 was approved, and I don't think you can go claim that.
They weren't to offset ratables, it was to offset the property taxes. I know this project has to get done.
Any other questions?
But I want to make sure Russia Park gets. And when Mr. Mike Ryan pointed out the money, that's why I want to see $1 million spent on a building. And then I thought about it. What's the taxes on that building? I'll look that up tomorrow. And we'll lose that too. So that's my biggest beat. But for most of you who know, what they're doing is putting in turning lanes. They're putting in turning lanes both ways. They want to do one on Terrace Ave. Railroad and Rochelle is a turning lane. They need that other turning lane. One's in the northbound turning lane, definitely need one. So Central Ave is getting the turning lanes. You know, they have them, but it's being straightened out. But I don't think, I'm against wasting $1 million on a building. When I could put $1 million of curb line up the street.
If we could get is there any way for a cost estimate for the project? Because I know we asked for that, and I don't know if there was, because the cost estimate's 15 million, that's, what's holding us back, because we think it's gonna be more than the 10 million.
I'll step and see what we can do and let the administrator know.
Yeah, because I think that would help us make a decision more. The things you talked about that we're gonna add on is a good start for us, I think.
Deputy Mayor, excuse?
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Dunn, for coming. Thank you.
Thank you. Motion to close the public session?
I make the motion.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Moving on. Okay, parking, next is parking, Lincoln Drive and Marinus Street, 2-hour limit.
I brought this up. I had a couple residents from Lincoln Drive bring it to my attention that employees of the Central Ave are parking on the street. And I added Marinas to it because we've heard of people parking on the end of Marinas by the car dealership. So we could do basically the same thing that's done on Lexington, just have to add it to the ordinance. And that would be a 2-hour limit, and then the residents would get a sticker in that vicinity.
So I agree with the committee woman on the parking issues, especially at the end of Marinas. That's been there for generations at this point, when Park Avenue moved in. I think you want to look at maybe just residential parking only like we do on that. There's a different, the 2-hour limit is one ordinance, the resident-only parking is something different. The police department, they wouldn't be opposed to either. They would help curtail some of the parking. But I think resident only is the way to go, because it's pretty much a longer time period that you allow it for residents and not for visitors.
Sounds good to me.
Just move the cars to another street then?
If I may, what I'll do is let me just have Lieutenant Kapowski look at it real quick and have something back for you by September 13th.
Where would they park?
Yeah, where would they park? They're just gonna move to another street then.
Well, then we'll make that street, right? If we make every street in town.
I mean, we're just gonna continue to move that if we do that.
But it's like 6 and 7 cars a day.
I agree.
Down at the orange.
How do you stop it?
Stop sign there. We should be fixing it.
All right. I talked to
We
somebody.
do resident stickers?
It's, no, not by Marina's, up at Lincoln, in the very beginning.
Right up to that stop sign.
Yes, yes.
They should be good tickets.
Okay, please have order. Okay, so,
Let me know what you want to do. I'll have Lieutenant Kapowski review it, look at it.
I think you do resident parking stickers and a 2-hour limit. I don't know.
Yeah, you'd have conflicting ordinances at that.
It's, you have to do one or the other. I just think you
Residential.
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 I think residential. You do residential stickers for for those streets.
So on September 13th, I'll have a report back to you and we can ask the attorney to add something to the ordinance. And those street,
Yep, and just make sure Lieutenant contacts with you.
well, absolutely.
Thank you.
Next up, flag ordinance. Yeah.
You want to open this up to the public? If you need a motion, open it up to the public, like you did with the other reports.
I think this,
If you don't, you can ask people to make toast public portion.
Wait for public.
If I could just ask the committee, Ms. Boniface, Lincoln Drive, are you talking south of Durand?
No, yes, Central, right there.
So south of
Turn around,
Durand?
it's businesses on Central.
That's how I was explained, I just wanted to confirm that, thank you.
I want to have questions to public portion. Okay, thank you. Okay, next up is flag ordinance.
So pursuant to discussions with the Township Committee and prior discussions, my office was asked to prepare a draft flag ordinance to amend the ordinance dealing with signs in our Township Code. I drafted the ordinance prepared tonight and it's on for discussion. Anybody's reviewed the ordinance, anybody would like to discuss it? Pursuant to discussions, the ordinance moving forward, if and when it is passed, to limit flags raised on township property to the flag of the United States, the township flag, and flags of the quasi-governmental agencies only. And that's the ordinance as drafted. So it's open for discussion for anybody to discuss. And it's also on today as well.
Yep. Well, I'm very happy to see this ordinance on. I'll tell you that much.
Okay, I'd like to speak on this. First of all, I did not spring the ordinance on that night because Mr. Mosca wasn't here. Which is one thing I can tell you about this township's probably lucky. There was bipartisan support behind it. I would have never brought it up if I didn't know I had the votes. So I just want to say it was bipartisan. Secondly, and I'm accused of springing it on because Mr. Mosca wasn't here. Second, I received numerous emails, a letter, numerous Facebook posts, and because Mr. Mosca proceeded to go on all types of podcasts, and all of a sudden, he was saving the children to save his. First of all, Karen, just to let you know, Anita Bryant did the Save the Children Act in the 70s, so she started a ministry, so do you plan on starting a ministry, or what have you done to save the children?
This was the first step. This was the first step.
Do you have children?
Point of order, please.
You proceeded to call in out-of-town residents and every resident in this town to show up here for you.
I have the right to do that.
I know you have the right to do that, but you caused this mini riot in here. You did. Not me. Not me, you.
Okay.
Maybe for anybody who wants it, here's the emails and a letter I got. So if anybody wants to come up here and read them, I'll be waiting after the meeting. I've never seen you thinking you were right. And it's funny how you were removed because of your behavior to these fellow committee members because you didn't get your way. In the back, you threatened to punch me in the face. Boy, I was ready to rumble. If two people didn't get in between,
Why don't you say that, why don't you say what you said to me while I said that comment? But you won't.
No, still.
But you won't. I'm not gonna say it because I value you. Yeah, value.
Okay, you were removed because of your behavior, not to me, for them, your own fellow members of the council.
All right, let's keep the township business, please.
And if you, I'm not saying you got everybody's phone.
And that everyone else is coming to their senses and moving past this meeting is that, you know.
That's okay, you'll be out next year and it may be back.
It's the right thing to do.
Yeah. So then.
It does save our children.
So then, everybody who donated to this flagpole gets their money back, and that includes me. Thank you. Just like the chickens.
Does anybody else have any comments?
I just want to say this is what I wanted from the start, and I'm glad we're passing it now. It's the right thing to do, so.
You want it.
In your mind, we're talking about
No other flags deserve to be on township property.
you don't deserve to.
You can put it on your own property.
Okay.
Not one other town in Bergen County who flew this flag had a problem. Not one other one.
And how many towns put it up in Bergen County?
There's about 20.
And how many don't put it up?
What's the difference? This is a social
What are you
flag.
talking about?
And
There's more towns that don't put it up than put it up.
And you caused the problem.
Yeah, so every one of those towns that don't put it up, caused.
Save the children, remember? Anita Bryan's still alive, why don't you contact her?
They're in charge, I'm just kidding, man.
Yeah.
Can we just keep to, keep the township business, please?
This is township business, you're passing an ordinance on it.
I would definitely make a motion to pass first reading of the ordinance.
No time. It's just the discussion section. If there's any further comments about discussion, please continue the discussion. If not, Mayor, you can close the discussion.
No discussion. Okay, move on. Next is this Hispanic Heritage Month from September 15th to October 15th of 2023.
I have no problem with it.
Yeah, we did that last year too.
This is a proclamation.
This is for a proclamation?
Yeah, proclamation, we did that last year as well.
Yeah, I recall that.
My understanding is they want to put the flag.
Yeah, so
So this is two different issues. We have the proclamation, but then there's an additional issue of a flag, correct?
is that open discussion?
So can you?
I will. So the administrator's office received a request from a resident as well as a flag requesting that we hang the flag on that date range as denoted, September 15th through October 15th.
As of now, there is no ordinance on the records regarding the flag. So the township committee is free to make a motion, pass a resolution, discuss it at the behest of the township committee. This ordinance tonight, if it passes, was on for a first reading, so the ordinance is not applicable yet, because it's a first reading. So it's up to the township committee in terms of what they would like to do. But again, there is no ordinance on the books as we sit here today with regard to the flags, so it would be up for discussion. There's no resolution on for tonight, I don't believe, and is that correct, for raising this flag?
No, you have to put it on.
So it's a discussion, so there's not even a resolution before this body. So right now it would be a discussion. Obviously, someone's free to make a motion if they would like, or place a resolution on a later date, assuming that you don't pass an ordinance that would be in conflict with it. Obviously, if you pass the ordinance, you need to file the ordinance.
I'm in favor of the proclamation. The flag, again, I'm not in favor of, so. Whatever you guys want, you know. Proclamation last year.
Upon review of the flag and see what it looks like until the ordinance is passed, I would like to consider it. I never saw the flag, so I don't know what it looks like.
Mr. Administrator, do we actually have a flag? Is that the only flag we received? Correct. Okay, so the only flag that we received. If everyone would like to see it, sure. We've done that before. We have the flag, so if you want to see, you can see it. But again, if someone makes a motion to raise the flag, that motion could be voted on, or it could be discussed and then put on a different meeting, assuming that you don't enact an ordinance that would be in conflict. Yeah, I mean, if you didn't know, the ordinance is first reading today, so.
No, I think just we didn't even introduce it.
So it's not introduced today, so today it's just for discussion, so there's no ordinance on the books today, so you'd be able to take a vote. If you would like to know, there is a federal policy which recognizes certain months. The federal government recognizes certain months. Those months are the Pride Month and I believe the Hispanic Heritage Month. So that is a federal policy, and there are various towns that have adopted a policy with regard to raising flags for commemorative months.
I think it would be fine to have.
Up to the Township Committee. And this is the only flag that is correct.
This is the only actual flag I see. And you only request to hang that with the flag.
Everybody gets to see.
Might as well hang it for everybody else to see.
April more inclusive.
So I'd just like to say that I have consistently voted against all flags. I have Hispanic heritage in my family, but we have so many different groups in town, different backgrounds, different nationalities. If we represent one, and this is what I have spoken about the last time flags came up, we're going to inadvertently leave somebody out. I think Hispanics do represent a huge portion of our community and have done great things in our community, as well as at work and everywhere else that I'm at. But to represent just one, we have other populations here, and I think we're going to inadvertently leave someone out. So my vote against it is nothing against this particular group. I am voting no against all flags.
There hasn't been a motion.
No, I'm not, I'm just saying that this is where I stand on flags in general, and for this one to come up, I think we're just picking one nationality over all the other ones. I mean, we're a small town, but we got a lot of nationalities in this town.
From what I understand, this ordinance was supposed to be first reading tonight,
Any flag.
according to Mr. Capizzi last.
My email said it was out for discussion. I don't know if it's supposed to be passed for first reading. I have to check my correspondence, but it's up to the Township Committee in terms of whether they want to put things on or not. My emails would obviously be guidance and suggestion. If it was on for first reading, it's on for first reading, but I don't see it on for first reading. I just see it for discussion. Am I correct? Discussion, so it's discussion. So discussion.
Probably not.
Okay,
Does it mean we can't have it for first reading, or?
It's gotta be on next meeting for first reading, because it would need to be advertised. Right. Needs to be advertised.
Okay, so it was never advertised? I thought it was.
No,
it was
but that's
supposed to
the
be-
discussion.
Okay.
Discussion.
all right, let's move on. Next up, sound system in the courtroom.
Oh, that was me again. Hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is there a motion?
Is there a motion with regard to the Hispanic Heritage flag for the Hispanic Heritage Month? Because there hasn't been a motion yet. If there's no motion, then we can move on from the discussion. And I only raised it because it was discussed.
I vote yes.
Are you making a motion, Committeewoman?
Yeah.
So Committeewoman Boniface has made a motion to raise the Hispanic Heritage flag for Hispanic Heritage Month. Is that correct, Committeewoman?
Yeah, and the family that requested the flag go up, next meeting, we'll have some arroz gandules, some pernilla, some plantains, the sweet ones.
There's a motion, is there?
Since there's no other flags being offered, we presented it for the township to bring it forward, nobody else did. I would second this going forward, and after this, that's it until the motion for the ordinance passes or not. So I'll second.
So there's a first and a second.
But going forward, no other flags as of now to the ordinance.
Committeewoman Ochoa? No. Committeeman Bassetti?
Yes.
Committeewoman Boniface?
Yes.
Committeeman Mosca?
No.
And Deputy Mayor Peachy? Yes.
Request? So with the, if I can do, I would instruct that you, or your designee, be one of the two people to raise the flag during the appropriate time period.
I'll work it out with the DPW.
This is, like I said, the only one until.
This is it's up to Judge Gray, this is the only one that's gonna be raised if you intend on passing the ordinance, because this township committee will have that ordinance on for first reading at the next meeting. Is that the township committee's position?
Yes.
I do. Committee, the rest of the committee?
Giving back the money?
Apparently, just so the money that was apparently accepted by the township at some point was never used for any of its intended purpose. And again, I wasn't here at that point, I don't know why it was collected, who collected it, but yeah, we will discuss any money that was received by the township for any purpose with regard to flag in the past that wasn't used must be returned to residents. And who collected that money? Mr. DePisa? I was unaware, I was not here at the time. Mr.
I would have been.
Administrator?
Yeah, so I have a copy of all the checks, I have a copy of the farmer's market trust account that all the items went into, and copies of the purchase order okaying the installation of the flagpole. Mr. Davidson's name is on that purchase order.
So the money was collected by Mr. Davidson, put into an account for the farmer's market, and then the money was paid out of a different account.
But luckily, the money's still there, so it can be returned to its rightful owner.
Okay, so how did that work at the time?
I don't know, in that position would be if there was money.
The CFO.
Yeah, if there was money was accepted that wasn't used for its purpose, it should be returned to the residents, and I'm gonna leave it alone. Did the administrator at the time, did all that? Or?
Ask the CFO, he puts the money in certain accounts.
Okay. All right. Just I just wanted to clear that up.
Yes.
Right, so again, does this committee want to put the proposed ordinance on for first reading at the next meeting, so we can give the clerk guidance?
I vote yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
Is that right, Mr.
Okay.
Huh?
Just vote, yeah.
We're just, yeah, it's not on, so we're just asking to give the guidance to the clerk to put on for next meeting.
Yes.
And then at next meeting, we can take it from there. Yeah, there's no other discussion.
All right. Linda, Committeewoman Boniface?
Yeah, I've heard many times how bad the sound system was in this room. And when I was on vacation, I extended my vacation for 2 weeks, or else it changed, so anyway, I stayed on vacation. I was gonna drive back, but the beach called me more. The sound system in the courtroom, so I watched the meeting probably one of the first I watched, because I just don't like watching myself. And, the sound was hard. I actually had to shut it off and give myself a break. I actually got a headache watching it. So I'm recommending that we do something to make the sound better in here. I don't know if it's the microphone's gotta move or what it was, but it was a lot of scratchiness. So I think we should address that.
Do we have IT at the point where
Oh my God, but there's gotta be somebody with audio vision.
Somebody come in and speak through the chair. So we've done with BIS Digital. They were bought out by another company, but they're still going under BIS Digital. And it's, I know when we've uploaded our videos before to YouTube, there's been times where while the sound was on air and YouTube uploaded with no sound. So I think a lot of it is, why are we uploading to YouTube? We're not required to do so. There's no mandate that we have to do that. I think if people attend meetings, they can hear it. That microphone alone, I looked into purchasing a wireless microphone to alleviate the burden of the public having to stand there with the cord. That alone was $1,300. I can ask for pricing, but I don't know if it's an uploading issue on YouTube's end, or if it's a microphone issue here in the courtroom.
Well, maybe we can check that out. Check that out.
Now, I can't check out YouTube. I can't figure out how they do it, but they will, I could have somebody come up. Again, like I said, there'll be a fee for that.
I think the issue is during the meeting in the crowd, not as much as
No, it's when
YouTube.
people are even talking.
Because at these spots, I gave us, right?
No,
At the microphone?
Yes. Watch it, you'll be.
No, I didn't see that, but I see our DPW superintendent gesticulating back there.
There's a wiring issue. There's an issue with the plug that's here that the system. I'm not an electrician, but there's a wiring issue. I'm gonna tell you right now, there's a wiring issue. I have to pull this plug out when I have a cord. It's not the right way to do it, let's put it that way. I'll leave it at that. If there's a company that I need to call me, let me know, they need to come in, we just have to address and have them test the wiring on the system, because it's something within, you're getting the backfeed that's going through the system. Even as you guys were talking during this meeting, we're getting, a sound that was coming through the speakers in here. So there's more than just, the upload, it's more than just that. There's more to it.
I know Amber and I had BIS Digital in here for another issue. We had talked about that, and I'll get some estimates and we'll see what the costs are.
Next up, tree replacement?
Oh, while you have the microphone, Dave, if you don't mind.
All right. Stay close. I think I'm loud enough. All right, so, obviously, we've been removing a bunch of, the dead trees that are in town. We've had, and there's still a bunch more that still have to come down. We're looking at, this year alone was about 34 trees that were removed. Correction, there are 34 trees that have to come down. 22 of them have already been removed by the DPW. We rented a bucket truck, those have been removed by us that we were able to handle. There's a bunch more that are on the list that are, above our ability, let's just say. Much taller, some of them are 100-footers. Some of them are just dead, and just out of our reach. The truck that we were using was only about 60 foot, and it was definitely something newer that was new to us that we were doing. So, what I'm looking to propose and move forward with is adding new trees, 40 new trees per year for at least the next 5 years.
to go ahead and replace what we have to remove. That doesn't encompass the trees that are, diseased, that we've been looking at for the past couple of years. The ash-borer beetle has been attacking ash trees. We have a numerous number, and I want to say, when I counted a couple of years ago, probably about 3 years ago, there was about 85, 90 ash trees in town. And they're all slowly being attacked by this beetle. There are treatments that some companies are working. I've been discussing with the arborist that we use. She has said that there's an injection treatment they inject right into the tree. What she's been telling me is that there's certain size trees that are recommended to do this treatment. Some trees are just way too far gone to even waste the money and attempt to save, just take them down. And I'm trying to trim out some of the dead branches, trying to work on, when we were using the truck, we were trimming out some of the dead so that we're not removing, 60 trees, because I could probably go ahead and do that. And I mean, we want to talk barren, yes, that we would be there. While talking about the same thing, what we're looking at, PSC&G, I believe Dean, the administrator, negotiated with PSC&G to have them come in and discuss with them with the project that they were doing on Older Street and Rochelle Ave. Obviously, they're not going to plant on Rochelle Ave, but on Older Street, and they're, excuse me, I just got to look at what his title is. The Supervisor of Vegetation Management. Him and I met on Older Street. We discussed what we were looking at over there. Obviously, nothing that was in place. When they took down the trees on that block, we did notify residents and we asked, who wanted a tree back on their property, and those were where the letters went. Multiple people, I don't want a tree, I don't want a tree. We got those answers back to us from those people, excuse me. Now, when we got them, we have to discuss at some point, and Dean and I could, there's a 10-foot easement on the property lines. Did I just say, hey, we're putting a tree here, we're putting a tree here? I need that guidance from the committee. If that's what we're doing as we go along, we can do that. I think it's smarter to say, hey, let's put a list together, who wants a tree, and when we have our 40 that we'll look to do and we plant, we're gonna go off of that list, and those people are gonna care for the tree, hopefully, and not gonna try and kill the tree, potentially, and just, put it out there. If they don't want it, they're not gonna help the tree, they're not gonna look to take care of this tree that's in front of their house. So again, we're trying to do the right thing. Go ahead.
I do see in other towns that they plant between the street and the sidewalk.
So the thought process there, and Dean and I have discussed, the goal, when it's in between that small space, what we're looking at is, some areas, it's 18 inches. Some streets, and I'll give you Madison Ave, you're looking almost at 3 foot of curb to sidewalk space. Bennett Ave, the north side of the street, again, it's almost 3 foot of space. So, yeah, we can place a tree in that spot. We can use the root barrier, and that's gonna be part of the spec that goes out to, the installer, whoever we choose to use. I'm in the process of getting quotes from, at least one of the vendors in town. We have worked with him before. He has done plantings on Madison for us as well. So that's one of the topics that what we're looking to do. But we're not opposed at this point because we clearly need to add trees
to what has been taken down. So, that being understood, our goal is to go on the other side of the sidewalk. If they still want the tree, but not on that side, and we can accommodate in that smaller space, then we're gonna look to do that. But there's other parameters that will take precedence. Obviously, water, gas, sewer need to come into play. So if they're on the list, we'll look at where those other items are. And as long as we're far enough away so that we're not gonna be a hindrance on those utilities, then we can set the planting to happen in those spots. And, I asked that if anybody wants a tree, call the DPW. We have a list already started. I had a couple people already had reached out to me and they got them on, on the list. So get the word out, please.
Dave, if I can, how many trees was Public Service willing to work with us on?
I don't remember the number, but I think it was around 20. And he did say if we didn't get 20 on Oldest, that she'd be willing to go within a block or two. We just didn't want to.
So that would be.
She wasn't going to go.
So it could be up to 60 trees we'd be planting.
A good possibility.
Thank you.
Well, that's good.
Can I speak to Dave?
You have to make a motion open to the public, if the Township committee wants to open to the public. If not, everyone's going to tell public portion. It's up to the Township, up to you. It's up to you, Township committee.
I'll make a motion.
This way it gets over with.
Right, so, a motion by,
I make a motion.
second by Committee Boniface. Second by Committee.
Thank you.
Hi, Dave. How are you? So you know that there's that 10-foot easement that was in an ordinance that was passed in 2020. That's got to go. The ordinance says you can't place a tree within 10 feet from the curb. That was in the original tree ordinance where, at first, the Township Committee was charging people for trees. That's got to be repealed. Otherwise, you're breaking your own law. Number one. Number two is, I don't understand the mentality that individual residents determine whether a tree is replaced. As a resident, I don't get to pick what day the garbage man comes, the garbage people. I don't get to choose what police officer comes to my house when I have to call the police. I don't get to choose line items in the budget. I don't get to see the budget and say, as an individual resident, I don't want to pay for that with my taxes. There are a lot of barren streets. Forest Ave is no longer a forest. I think someone put up a picture on Facebook showing 2012 to 2023. I don't understand the mentality of why for particular issues like trees that are beneficial to the town, and I can list in numerous sort of ways, but I've been up here before about the trees. And I thank you, Dave, for looking into planting the proper tree with the root barrier, with working with PSNG. I really do. So, but we are Rochelle Park, we're losing the park title in our town. And I know that with the proper planting of a tree, it'll give the town a facelift. It's great for cooling, like it will save money. The residents will save money on their cooling and their heating. The runoff that the trees save when it rains, we can certainly use that help in town. I am very willing to offer up any help I can with that, but the first thing that has to go is that ordinance, because you can't place a tree in the easement. Mr. Mosco said he has seen other towns put a tree in there. I know the concern is the curb. We don't want to lift the curb, the streets look great, they look beautiful, I'm not gonna say that's not true, but the proper tree can go there, and we have an arborist. I just think we've been waiting too long. The best time
I think I should, I gotta look at that, how it's worded, and I think you might be right.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure which way the wording is, so.
Yeah, no, you have to have a lawyer look at it, and that's fine.
It could be just a,
Let Mark do his,
Which contact will be,
okay.
Yeah, so the tree, you guys know, not all of you up there when it was passed in 2020, but it was passed. And, again, the mentality that we have to give individual approval for a tree I'm not talking about planting it on a resident's property, that's up to them, but in the easement, that is the township right away. I think that that would be beneficial for the whole look of the town, including when we do any of these major road projects. So, the best time to plant a tree is today, the second best time is 20 years ago. So, thank you, Dave. Thank you very much.
To the chair, Deputy Mayor, I happen to agree with Mr. Warren. I actually sat out here as brand new police chief during those conversations, and I said, I can't believe we're spending so much time on trees, but I do understand the sidewalks and the curbing issue, but I think with the technology today and with the arborist information, I think trees need to go in. And I'm going to ask that Mr. DePisa for September 13th, we can review that and maybe have something ready for this committee to look at repealing.
One more thing, Dave, on West Oldham, I think a resident who's putting a house up for sale cut a tree themselves. Okay. I like it. I think, well, you know, people are just saying, oh, I see the trees coming down, and we cut this down, I don't like it, so, but, okay, thanks, Dave.
I will mention, Dean did bring to my attention another option for alleviating some of the sidewalk issues, and it was I don't even know how you would describe it, other than sanding or skimming off the concrete. So if you had a lift like this, the company comes in and they just grind that sidewalk down, so it's flush. I don't know how long it lasts, maybe a couple of years, maybe just biding a little more time for that tree, so that you can, it might be just, you might know the wording for it, but I
Like a scab lift.
yeah, something, but it just buys you some time.
When you guys lifted them out and replaced this, and they never broke. so
Another option.
That's what I like about
So
DPW.
again, it's another option.
The savings, the cost savings for you renting the truck and cutting down, that was a lot of money.
There was.
Yeah, I appreciate, thank you. Thank you, Dave. But the trees that go in brand new, if they're this big, you can see them on, Madison, where they planted ones on lawns, they're very small.
Yeah, they're gonna be thin.
Yeah,
They're gonna go in, I was talking to, one time contractor that does the installs, and deer protection, you know, is a must, the water bags, and, you know, there's the mulch around the base. If they're gonna go in, we're at a point where we can't, with some of the small space, we can't go in with, burlap bags, with pool balls are just. So we gotta go with the smaller stuff for the curb line, so.
My honest opinion, in 18 inches, I wouldn't put them. There's some spots in the curb lines of this,
I
no.
was gonna have to say no. Yes.
If I may, again, through the chair, just, you know, Dave proposes, there's a beautification trust fund. I believe across the street has to contribute so much money every year. So Dave's looking to use
10,000.
to that $10,000 to, you know,
That's
as
just for the purchase of the tree.
the purchase of the tree.
Planting is gonna be obviously, I don't have that cost yet, as soon as I get it, I'll forward information.
You guys don't do that, Dave? That you don't have the auger anymore?
I don't need to offer it, and it is what it is, the bottom line is, for the day, you got a 2.5 gallon container, maybe 5 gallon bucket at best, but the bottom line is time.
Okay.
Fair enough. Is what it runs is gonna be.
Thank you again, Dave.
Thank you. Okay. Anybody else want to discuss for that?
No, good ideas.
Okay, next up is the mayor appointment.
You ever close the phone?
Oh, I'm sorry. Anybody else from the public? I apologize.
I'll make the motion to close.
Second.
Thank you. Okay, next up is the mayor appointment.
Discussion on the mayor from Township committees to appoint a mayor by vote. So if there's any nominations, you can make it. Needs to be motion and a second, and then a call for a vote.
The motion to promote deputy mayor right up to mayor.
So the motion is to move
Or nominate.
Deputy Mayor Jerry Peachy as mayor. Is there motion in regards to the deputy
Make
mayor?
a comment towards that before we end up doing something.
For discussion.
Mr. DePisa
Yes.
As soon as the election is certified, is her seat gonna be vacated and a new person's gonna get in?
What do you mean as soon as the election is certified? You're talking about the question about the upcoming election?
Yeah.
What do you mean as soon as it's certified?
Well, from my understanding, as soon as that seat is won, they replace this seat.
I believe there's one meeting at that time. After the
November meeting and the December meeting,
step down at that meeting.
she would have to step down.
Correct.
So, for me, I don't think she would be a good fit for mayor at this time because of that. But that's my opinion.
I'll make the nomination for Jenna Peachy. But I want to talk about something. It's pretty sad that this is where we're at in Rochelle Park. But for almost 3 years, I've watched this town go downhill. And it wasn't the administrators, well, maybe an eighth month administrator. But it wasn't Dean, it wasn't Bob Davidson, it was the council up here. And I just think it's really sad that this couldn't be decided last month. And I just wish there was bipartisan support here on something. We need to work bipartisanly. We need to stop listening to members who are no longer on this council. And please don't say it doesn't happen, because some things are word for word from somebody else. So I'm gonna make that nomination for Jen as deputy mayor to go to mayor.
So for the quick hearing, Committeeman Vassetti made the first motion. We're gonna move the deputy mayor to mayor. Is there a motion for a deputy mayor? That'll be the
Vincent
mayor
Passetti,
first.
I'll make the motion for Vincent Passetti.
All right, so then we're gonna rescind your motion, and Committeeman Boniface has the motion to make Jenna Peachy the mayor and you the deputy mayor. All right, so that's the motion that's on the table from Committeeman Boniface to appoint Jenna Peachy as mayor and Vincent Passetti as deputy mayor. Is there a second to that motion?
So I just need to ask questions because
Can we discuss?
again, so what happens, and this isn't anything against Jen the person, it's the seat itself is only here until November. So then we're in the same position after the beginning of November. Is that correct?
Deputy mayor.
If the mayor needed to step down, the deputy mayor would move into the position to run the meeting for the time being.
It normally goes deputy mayor to mayor, but some people,
No, it's just, we're putting someone in a position that can't finish the term. That's my concern.
yeah, tell me why you should be mayor.
I'm not talking
Change
about
my
me.
mind.
No, it can be really, it's not, I'm just concerned about putting someone in a position that can only be here for the next 5 meetings.
Well, I'd rather have Jen for five meetings than none.
Yeah, I think she was doing a good job as deputy mayor.
So what would happen in December?
If I'm chosen, I would take over, and then come January, we can move up, from January to January, January 1st.
It's the organization.
So there's a motion, is there a motion?
I believe there was there a second? So, yeah, you can second. All right, so Committeeman Boniface's motion has been you second it? All right, Deputy Mayor Peachy seconds it. So there's been a first and a second, again, to make Jennifer Peachy, Committeeman Peachy the mayor, and Committeeman Boniface deputy mayor.
Oh, I am?
First and a second, I'm sorry.
No, Passetti.
So my question hasn't been answered, but.
Sorry about that. What was the question?
So my question is, after November.
Yes.
After November, when the seat is up.
Yes.
Did you have a coaching group?
No, I didn't. I'm asking a question.
Because if she is ready and she steps down, the deputy mayor will take over for that meeting. To run the meeting, just like we're doing right now.
So it would be, we're not gonna have to vote again. We would just have to have, for wait for the county to certify the election.
Correct.
Which may take a week, 2 weeks, depends on, they have up to 20 days to certify the election, and then at that time, Jen would have to step down, and whoever wins that 1-year unexpired term would come up here and take a seat. And Vince, if he's elected deputy mayor, would take over as the mayor for the remainder of the. So you're saying he's taking over as mayor? He's not elected to mayor, he's a deputy mayor.
In the mayor's absence, regardless of that absence, the deputy mayor runs the meeting.
Okay.
That's it.
So what I'm trying to find out then, but we don't have to vote again, is that we do?
Yeah, I mean, you could, but you don't have to. The deputy mayor would be able to run the meeting in the mayor's absence regardless of that absence.
Discussion. Okay.
Correct.
I'm trying to avoid having to do this again in a couple of months. That's all what I'm doing. We'll give you the ribbon and scissors. If you don't want to support businesses in town, you don't have to.
No, it's not that I don't support businesses in town, but
I just want to be clear how this works moving forward.
So
that was my ask for clarification.
Again, the clearest way I can explain that in the mayor's absence, regardless of what that absence would be, the deputy mayor would run the meeting.
Okay, thank you. Can we do that?
Yes, all right, so we have motion made by Committeeman Boniface, seconded by, Committeewoman Apici, and now roll call.
Okay, Committeewoman Otola?
Yes.
Committeeman Bassetti?
Yes.
Committeewoman Boniface?
yes.
Committeeman Mosca?
Like I said before, I'm against this whole thing, so I'm gonna vote no.
And Deputy Mayor Apici? Yes. Congratulations.
Yes. All right. All right, moving on.
Just sad. You just witnessed something really sad.
Next up, construction on Sundays?
That's me again. I had a resident, commercial, it really involves commercial and, but also, homeowners who are having a group putting a roof on a Sunday. Sunday is like the day of rest. Sometimes you just want to zone out and sit in your backyard and you don't want to hear a nail gun all day long. My understanding, it's in the code book in two different ways. One says you can have construction on Sunday and one doesn't. I think there should be that day of peace and no construction. So it's up for discussion here. If anybody, it's up to the committee, but I'm for banning construction on Sundays, except in an emergency.
No, we don't need to discuss it.
Thank you. On major construction, but a lot of people have the weekends off to do like small, if there's a way to limit like small, like little improvements without contractors coming and just.
That's no problem if it's a homeowner, but when it's
Like you said, a
contractors coming in.
roofing and
Yeah.
nailing and deck building, that's a little extreme. But that's just my thoughts. Everybody does their projects on weekends.
Please.
So that's a way to word it for major,
I agree.
personal,
I think
small.
major construction, no.
It's set hours, so it's not too early. So is this really tough? So I'm sorry, Mr. Administrator, so we are in committee, we're talking about no construction on Sundays, is that what?
That's not like a minor.
And limit to like 4 hours?
No companies coming in to do,
No commercial construction.
because a lot of people do their own stuff.
Yeah, it's gonna be like 10 to 2, not all.
When you got 4 guys on a roof with 4 guys hammering,
Mr. DeVries, I think, I've had numerous and lengthy conversations with our construction code official. There is confusion in our current code book, we've been there for a long time. Just conflicting wording.
Definition.
I think the definition of emergency comes into play as a hot water heater, an emergency on a Sunday. If the roof is leaking after a storm, is that an emergency? So I think that should be left to the professional, namely our construction code official, those in the building department, so that language should be built into the ordinance. However, this committee feels it, I know in discussions with some committee members, or what my neighbor has to finish his deck project, and his friend comes by who happens to be a contractor. I mean, you can get into the weeds with this, but I think emergency based on designated by the construction officials.
I will have a discussion with our construction official about the definitions and what we will come up with to classify something as a major construction problem, and maybe I'll build the ordinance off of that, a draft ordinance, and then I'll submit it to everyone for review. But yeah, definition is what is going to be the most important aspect of it in terms of what you guys want to allow and what you don't want to allow. So I'll work on that with our construction official.
Is there any way we can word it for the, if it's an emergency issue?
Yes.
The chief of police could decide if it's an emergency issue?
I think we have enough hats. Any discretion with regard to what you're going to permit has to go through the building department and the code official. They need to be the ones that are going to handle the regulation of this.
I mean, the police department, we've done it before. We obviously communicate with Mr. DeMaria and the code enforcement officer in such circumstances, saying, hey, we have this, and they'll say, yeah, you should shut them down, or issue notice at a later date, or no, it's okay, they can do that. So that'll continue, Mr. Bassetti, to your point, but, yeah, to put it on the chief is not, probably not the appropriate thing. For anybody in the police. Yeah, for anybody.
Okay.
Anybody else? Next up, cannabis host agreement in June.
So if my main committee, benefits.
This was me again.
So, back a few months ago.
It's busy this month.
Back a few months ago, this committee came to me and said, hey, is there anything we can do to enhance our, relationships and maybe continue to grow the cannabis industry within Rochelle Park? And no pun intended by the word grow. Well, we're not looking to go there. I was authorized to meet with Mr. Ron Mondello, an attorney who specializes in this field, and he and I together began negotiations with our current dispensary, and I wanted to basically enhance the agreement, getting the agreement in place, because they have said to us numerous times we want to be good community partners and work with the community on certain things. This agreement before you is recommended by Mr. Mondello. Literally came to me about 7:45 p.m. last night. I spoke to Mr. Mondello this morning at great length, and I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory. If you look at page 2, it actually will bring in, starting January 15th of '24, an additional $40,000 in revenue to the township, as well as some, they will sponsor educational programs for us. They make a hiring commitment to residents in Rochelle Park. We'll get, they will work to recruit residents from Rochelle Park to work, an expungement clinic to, for those that were charged with cannabis possession, but continue to work on our health and public safety and stand steadfastly with our health department, our police, fire as well. And, we'll have direct discussions with the committee and participate in community discussions as this committee deems necessary. Again, I kudos to Mr. Mondello. This wasn't an easy arrive. Again, and to our taxpayers and our partners in our community at Ascend for working with me on this. So I'm going to strongly recommend that the now mayor execute this agreement. I will get it to Ascend for their signature, and we can move forward. And what we'll have to do, Mr. DePietro, is obviously amend our current ordinance to reflect this agreement.
Is this something that we can potentially hold off on and have Mr. Mondello come in and talk about? I wasn't at...
I don't think it's necessary for this agreement. For the other part of what Mrs. Committeewoman Boniface wanted to talk about, as far as the zoning, yes, I think Mr. Mondello needs to come back in and talk about that. We've been working on redoing the ordinance and expanding an overlay zone, working with our planner, Mr. Barry, as well. But these are two separate things. I think that we're absolutely ready, his words to me were, move on this. So, and I think he's right, time is of the essence, because the sooner we start, the sooner we get that money, the $30,000.
Mayor, can you put this on the agenda for the next meeting, for discussion, real quick? I just want to read it, I didn't get it, reading it up here was, so I just want to read it. But I have total faith in Ron Mondello.
I'm okay with that. Okay, I'll put it on for the
I mean, I don't think it requires committee approval, but I understand committee women wanting to read it. But it's it depends. I mean, did you see anything in there that you found?
I did not, and I also trust Mr. Mandello's expertise with regard to it, but I agree with Committee Women. I think that if it needs to be discussed, and the Township Council Committee would like to discuss it, then we should review it, so if they're comfortable with it, and also any questions that you may have for Mr. Mandello, certainly will be asked.
So we'll put this on for the next meeting? Yeah, and for Ron Mandel, 10 minutes.
So it's probably just around to do it?
Okay. Any other discussion on that? All right, next up, the administrator's report.
All right, we've discussed a lot of what I've had, but so if I'm repetitive, I apologize. Just so this committee is aware, our accounts receivable clerk has given her notice. She's given her September 13th is her last day. We're on a new employment in a neighboring borough. We've thus advertised for a replacement. I've received probably 9 applications and resumes to date, and once the date closes on September 4th, I will begin interviews and work with the CFO and Kathy Cerici towards that endeavor, and report back to this committee by the 13th. We talked a lot about the municipal building. I'm talking about this current location. Unfortunately, we continue to see roof leaks over the police department, building department, some other areas as well. And for the lower portion only, I think this is actually a decent price, but the quote for the lower roof is $696,490. That's through a county co-op bidder. It's a roofer that we've actually used several times down for One Lots Lane, the ODMS building, and they've done good work, and they've actually patched here as well. So far it's held. We also have an HVAC unit that supplies heating or cooling up to the 2nd floor that's gone bad. That estimate came in again from another vendor that Dave Brown has brought in through County Co-op for $13,845. I'll discuss further with Dave on if there's money left in buildings and grounds, and if not, I'll discuss more with the CFO where we may be able to get those funds. Obviously, the building continues to age, deteriorate, and as heard here many times, we need to look at a long-term plan, whether we're going to stay, move, whatever it may be, to bring this building up to where it's ready to move, or ready to, move on. Elevator inspections, again, the construction official mentioned to me several months ago that we actually allow the Division of Consumer Affairs to do all of our elevator inspections here in town. We don't have the personnel to do it, but there are companies out there that do so. I reached out to at least 2, and I'm going to recommend that for September 13th, this committee allow, and I gave you a copy of the letter from Municipal Inspection Corporation. Basically, the long and short of it is they handle everything, and as we see, over the past few years, there's actually been an increase in the number of elevators. This next may change, but the financial advantage to the building department of the municipality, if we were to switch to Municipal Inspection Corps, is $7,986 based on our present number of devices and the 40% administrative charge that they would charge. But the other company I looked at was going to give us a similar proposal. However, our technical assistant in the building department would have been required to maintain applications, send out notices, and this company does all of that, so I think it's a no-brainer for us. While it's I will say, a minimal amount of money, it's still $8,000 in revenue that we never had before. Our only obligation would be pass an ordinance establishing an enforcement agency, and then notify the Division of Consumer Affairs 120 days prior to our chosen start date. So the sooner we start, the better. Excuse me. I know at the end of last meeting, and Mr. Scarpa, I was asked by the deputy mayor to look into your concern that you were reached out to by our architect. I immediately called Mr. Settembrino the following morning. He stated, I've known Mr. Scarpa for 16 to 20 years, and I've had his number. And I said, well, I would appreciate, as a professional, you're going to let me know if you're going to be reaching out to any of my residents. I also want to warn everybody in the crowd, in the audience rather, a simple Google search, and Mr. Scarpa, I'd be happy to share this with you. Unfortunately, if you haven't already Googled yourself, you probably should. I sit here with this document from a simple Google search. It gives me Mr. Scarpa's date and month of his birthday, his cell phone number, his home number, as well as other information. And there are some things you can do. There are sites that'll help you scrub your information from Google and the internet. I advise everybody out here to do so. So be careful, everybody, be cautious of that. Again, your personal information, especially for those that work in the public area or sits on different boards or committees or commissions, chances are your personal information is out there. PSA&G road improvements. Dave Brown and I had a meeting, I want to say Monday, with PSE&G, all of the work that they've done where they dug up the road through some negotiations with them. I'm happy to say, Mr. Scarpa, I have good news for you. I was able to get East Forest Place done curb to curb rather than just at center line, as well as Susquehanna, Marion, and Ward Street. They promised to do curb to curb. We also will get them to commit, which they had no obligation to. All their obligation was to replace whatever stop lines we had. I said, would you be willing to put down some paint schemes, speed mitigation warnings? And they said, yes, just send us what you want. So again, thank you to Dave for being on that meeting and for our partners at PSE&G and the vendor Tilcon to agreeing to that. Again, all these enhancements will improve our roadways and infrastructure without any cost to the township and you, the taxpayer. The antenna down at Lots Lane, I was discouraged a few months ago, if you recall. I reported that Sprint was canceling their lease, which they had every right to as per the lease. They were doing within the terms of the lease because they were taken over by T-Mobile. I immediately reached out to Sprint, said any chance of keeping it, and they were like, no way, it's too expensive, and the equipment on that antenna is outdated, we're moving on. I've kept on my mission, and I since received a letter just 2 days ago from T-Mobile, looking to continue a lease. It's going to be at different terms, but Mr. DePiz and I will begin negotiations, and at least we'll lose some revenue, but we're not losing the total revenue. Also made contact with several companies who, and one of those companies is a representative of T-Mobile, who will reach out directly to DirecTV. I know they've been looking all over for antenna sites, so again, and trying to increase revenue and open up our antenna. And, lastly, my happy moment was kind of taken away, but the fiscal year 2022 BRIC grant for the sewer pump station, again, we're one of only 124 projects selected to move on. And the actual quote from the gentleman who's the Senior Advisor of Disaster Recovery Programs was hired by the New Jersey State Police OEM, where we worked together going back to November, actually during League. I was on the phone with some members of the audience, including our former administrator, Mr. Davidson. Kudos to Captain DePretta, who again, through phone calls and sitting and getting this work in, to only have it all deleted from FEMA Go by FEMA, and us having to re-put it all back in the crunch time, and to our friends actually at Boswell, which was Rebecca Feeney's, who helped us. Again, the grant will provide the township $1,946,359.50 towards the reconstruction of the sanitary sewer pump station. While FEMA will drag it out, at least we know that we have a very good shot at that coming. And again, it's good result, glad it came through as per that gentleman, Mr. Roscoe. So again, many thanks to all those who helped on that project. I know it wasn't easy. It was a feat. And I've already spoken to our CFO, who he has already been in contact with our bond counsel, Steve Robick, who will continue to work with, looking at the New Jersey I-Bank in an effort to fund the rest needed rather than capital or bonding, because it may be cheaper to go through the New Jersey Infrastructure Bank. They kind of cut off 50% of any interest. Mr. Robick believes that's the way to go, and I trust his professional opinion, but I will bring it back to this committee as well. And that's all I think I have for now. Thank you.
Committeewoman Bonifay?
Hello, everyone. Thanks for attending. Recycling, the household hazardous waste event, September 9th, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. at Bergen County Campground Mountain Reservation up in Mawa. The next one, closer to home, is October 15th at Bergen Community College. Remember, electronics recycling is now at the curb on the fourth Wednesday of each month for the DPW to pick up.
Make sure they contact Dave in advance for that, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Contact Dave at DPW. What's your number? 587.
Extension.
2501.
There you go.
Thank you.
It's on the side right out front.
Shred Day right here in the municipal building parking lot, Saturday, September 23rd from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m., rain or shine. I just want to remind everybody that again this year, the governor and the state legislature are giving residents of New Jersey property tax relief for the tax year 2020. This is for homeowners and renters. If you filed last year, you need to do nothing this year. If you want to change something like direct deposit, like I had to do, you have to just file another simple application. Visit the Anchor website at www.anchor.nj.gov. If you did file last year, you should have received the filing in the mail. I'll show you it, like this. If you didn't receive this and it tells you exactly like you don't have to refile to get it, it will come to you directly. But if you didn't get it, definitely go to www.anchor.newjersey.com. They're giving, there's limits, but it's $1,500, and seniors, I think, are getting $1,750. So it's a really good thing for tax relief for us. Make sure you get it, especially renters. They don't realize they're getting this. That's all, folks. Enjoy and stay safe this Labor Day weekend.
Thank you. Committee decided?
Right, DPW, the street sweeper was out 15 hours. The assistant police were changing the batteries of the speed signs, relocating signs as requested by the PD. You pick up metal, curbsides on Mondays for recycling. Please call DPW to schedule yours. The 80 ramp and wall project at Clark Field punch list has been completed. We cut the grass throughout the town. The DPW removed 24 dead trees. Thanks again, Dave, for all your work with the trees. Much appreciated. Please contact the DPW office if you would like to be put on the list to have a tree planted in front of your home. We are looking to plant 40 trees, as I said before. We have started painting some corner curbside per police department request meeting NUTCD guidelines. Cleaned and inspected roof drains on Town Hall roof multiple times with all the recent rain. All calls reports of sewer backups. We have continued to trim and elevate the trees. Participated at the Day Camp Touch a Truck event. We also participated at the Police National Night Out. Thank you to the Police Department for the invitation. Do you want to give you? Stormwater coordinator report. We have cleaned up off the drains after recent rains. We recently had the Northwest Bergen County Utilities Authority out to camera the storm drain lines on Berdan and El Dorado. We are waiting the video results to be sent back to us. Police report for July. I think I touched bases last month, but motor vehicle crashes were 59. Total police department calls for service, 1,222. Total summonses, 450. Motor vehicle stops were 244. Emergency medicals were 71. Community outreach, 29. Fire department responses were 10, and total arrests were 50 for July. August, a total of 977 calls for service were answered to the date for the month of August. 118 motor vehicle stops, 307 summonses, 40 suspicious person, vehicles, and occurrences were investigated, 17 adult arrests, and constituted 59 different criminal charges. These criminal arrests were highlighted by a motor vehicle pursuit of a stolen vehicle driven by a male party wanted on burglary charges out of New York. The community outreach, 2 major community events took place the past month. National Night Out was a great success, and thank you again, Bill, for putting that together. My pleasure. For the next years. The Hackensack Police Youth Academy was held the week of August 21st. Children from Rochelle Park, Millwood, Hackensack, South Hackensack were exposed to the rigors and joys of first responders' life. The cadets took first field trips to the American Dream Hall, MetLife Stadium, Newark Airport, and the graduation ceremony was held on Friday, August 25th. Special thanks goes to the instructors, Detective Sergeant Shakin, and Officer Orwell.
George.
We have some announcements. The 2023 Rochelle Park Police Train the Car program officially kicks off September 1st. The formal flyers are posted on social media, RochellePark.org, PD website, and throughout the township. Children up to 17 years of age are asked to scan the QR code, obtain the checklist, and then seek out every officer in town. First 3 kids to collect all 28 cards will be awarded prizes. 2023 Bicycle Rodeo is set for Saturday, September 2nd, 8 to 11:30 a.m. at Midland School. The rodeo will include safe riding skills, proper helmet fitting, a skills competition, and much more. To register, please visit the RPPD website or social media sites where a QR code is posted. And that's it. Thank you. I'd also like to thank Lennon Boniface for nominating me. I was truly honored. I'm glad she sees impartiality and most likely fair and open-minded to everybody, and what's right is right, and I just do the best of my abilities. And I thank you again, Linda.
You're welcome, Vincent.
Committeeman, Lester?
Building Department, permits issued, this is July 2023. Permits issued were 31, UCC inspections were 116, total value of construction was $489,209. Permits fees collected, $19,094. Zoning permits, $910. Zoning violations were 4. Continuing certificate of occupancies, 1125. Standalone inspections were 41. Property maintenance violations issued were 20. Complaints 3. CCO inspections were 13. And the total fees collected for the month of July was $21,129. Year-to-date revenue, $435,949. Also, since the end of April to July 31st, when we got a new maintenance inspector, 252 violations have been issued, and code enforcement has abated 150 of those violations. So that's going well. Court for July 2023. Total revenues for the court was $6,812.80. Total revenue for the year, where's that number? I thought I had that number up here, but I don't have the total. No. Total data difference, we're still ahead $8,286. I don't have the total revenue this time. Just want to say, the police department is doing 10 to 15 summons, according to your stats, Committeeman Becerra, or Deputy Mayor Becerra, they're issuing 10 to 15 summons a day, it seems like on average, which is a good thing. So the police department is doing a really good job out there enforcing our laws. Thank you. Thank you, Jim.
Committeeman Bartolo? So our new library director will be starting on September 18th. We welcome Ms. Lisa Hoffman to the community as she serves our residents in our library. Welcome, Ms. Hoffman. Further, the Rochelle Park Library programs. Children and their grown-ups can join us at the library every Thursday at 4 o'clock for a fun story time followed by a craft at 4:30. Regular programs are Teen Advisory Council, Book Club, Adult Crafts, and Tech Tutor. Slow Stretcher is available on Zoom every Wednesday at 12 noon. This will be recorded and available on the social media for a week after the program. Please see the Rochelle Park Library website for more information on all these events. And also please note that the library will be closed for Labor Day weekend and will open on Tuesday, September 5th. Thank you to the Rochelle Park Police Department for another fabulous National Night Out event. I was happy to volunteer with the state team to help clear the fields for the helicopter landing and then organize the line to view the helicopter. I also had the opportunity to watch the volunteer fire department's presentation of cutting a vehicle to rescue a victim. It was also great to see other groups in town, such as the Boy Scouts, fire prevention, and the library. All members of the police department worked hard to make this a successful, fun, and informative event. Thank you to all. On August 7th, we had the summer concert. This year's performance was by Real Diamond, the Real Diamond Experience. It was an excellent performance, and everyone had a great time. For the third time in the concert's history, the concert was held indoors due to the potential weather. The right decision was made because it began to pour during the concert. Thanks to Jay Kovalsik, Administrator Pinto, for organizing the event, and thank you to Park Ave BMW and Park Ave Active for sponsoring the event. Thank you also to the CERT team for being in attendance and to our police department. American Legion Post 170 will have their annual September 11th ceremony on Monday, September 11th at 7 p.m. All are invited, and the commander specifically invited the Township Committee to be there. And congratulations to Jen and Vinnie on your new appointments.
Thank you.
Recreation will be hosting their second end of the summer concert on Friday, September 22nd at 7:30 p.m. at Midland School. And the rain date will be Sunday, September 24th. The band will be Elvis and Elton John Singers Band. Unfortunately, due to low enrollment, Razorback flag football was canceled for this season, and reimbursements will be issued to all families who had prepaid. Ragamuffin Parade is set for October 28th with a rain date of October 29th, which this year will be held at Matthews Field from 12 to 2 p.m. The lineup for the parade will be at the Presbyterian Church on the corner of Rochelle Ave and Becker Ave, and that will start at 11:15 for the lineup. Recreation does have open seats and is looking for volunteers for all of their events and programs. Midland School updates. Parents were please asking for your children to please refrain from riding their bikes, skateboards, and scooters on the new basketball courts. It's starting to ruin the finish of the courts. We'd like to also give a huge thank you to the PTO who donated brand new plastic bleachers to the school to replace the current wooden ones. The state has also increased the extraordinary special education aid amount this year to $818,204, which is an increase of $435,807 from last year's amount, which was $382,397. This is fantastic news for Midland School, so congratulations and thank you to the state for that. Everybody else gave me updates for the trees. We have the townwide garage sale, which is set for September 30th, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. with the rain date of October 1st. And also I'd like to welcome our newly appointed library director, Lisa Hoffman, who begins her duties Monday, September 18th. And that's all I have. Attorney report?
Nothing for me.
Nothing? Clerk's report?
Yep. So this year, we're doing something new for our flu clinic. We're still gonna have it here. It's gonna be on Thursday, September 28th. Usually the county comes in, and when the county comes in, they charge us, so it's a cost to the taxpayers. This year, ShopRite is sponsoring us, and thank you to administrative people for helping set that up. So it will be a nice savings to the taxpayers. So there's going to be a sign-up online, and there's a consent form to fill out before you come, and it's from 10 to 12. If we find that we have on Thursday, September 28th, if there's a big turnout or a big demand, we will put another date for October, I think it's the second Thursday in October. And then the townwide garage sale, which Jen touched on, is September 30th. You can sign up online. And the seniors, we started this year a cardio strength balance fitness class with Mary Lyons Kim every Wednesday at 10:30. They love it, so if you're around, come on down. Bergen County is sponsoring their senior festival on Tuesday, September 12th at Branson Park from 10 to 2. And then also on 9/11, Bergen County is sponsoring their memorial ceremony, 4 p.m. at Overpeck Park in the Henry Oval area. And then I know Committeewoman Boniface touched on it. Our townwide shredding event is Saturday, September 23rd, so bring all your old documents you need to get rid of.
If I may, through the chair, I just want to thank Anne for all her help on the day that we were able to host the mobile motor vehicle services. So everybody knows, when they gave us the first date and I saw all the appointments immediately book up, I reached back out and asked for a second date. I've subsequently asked for another date since having it and the success that it was. I have gotten no reply. I'm sure when they redo for 2024, I'll put it for multiple dates rather than just the one. But again, Emily was very helpful in helping coordinate and work with the staff that showed up. So thank you.
I'd also like to just take an opportunity to thank you, Committeewoman Boniface, for the nomination of mayor and to the support of the committee. I'm honored and humbled to sit up here in that position, and I plan to continue to work for all of our residents and to continue to move the town forward. So welcome,
Jen, you're welcome.
Thank you. Public portion, can I have,
Make motion.
motion? I'll second. Okay. Public portion's open, I'd like to open the public portion.
Again, if the public can kindly keep their comments to 3 minutes, if the township committee, again, it's not a question and answer, it's a time for the public to make comments. To the township committee, please allow the resident to finish all of their comments before speaking if you so choose to.
Bill Coleman, 58 Slauson. Council, I was just going to ask, I thought you lost your watch, and now you bring up the 3 minutes. We were doing great tonight.
I know, I ask that you kindly keep it to 3 minutes best you can.
Listen, tonight's meeting, I think, was one of the best. I think doing away with the 3 minute, we got a lot more transparency between the board and the public. To the new mayor and deputy mayor, congratulations. I think you'll do a fantastic job up there. Regarding the Park Avenue over there, the zoning board did make a resolution, a motion, and memorialize that no employees are to park on that street. So if you want to look that up.
Yeah, as you, I'm sure you're aware, Mr. Coleman, because you are smart when it comes to that stuff. Unfortunately, the only way to enforce a zoning resolution is for the zoning board attorney to actually draft it. It becomes difficult to enforce, because it's not like an ordinance, it's not a code that the code enforcement.
Well, it might help him with the.
Absolutely.
Motion that we made, that absolutely no employee.
Yeah, and I think this committee is going to make
supposed to be over
it
there.
relatively difficult for any employee to park there once we go residential.
And I hate to bring this up, but the flag issue, it never should have gone the way it did. There's a protocol, everyone voted. Mr. Mosca, you didn't like it. You were on several social media platforms. You made your point of view, and what you accomplished was to make Rochelle Park look like a discriminatory and bigot community, and try to make yourself look good in the meantime. And it's a shame. We vote up here for a reason. You want to change something, do it among your colleagues up here. Make a motion to do away with it and vote on it. But for you to go outside the realm of the township committee was a disgrace. Thank you.
Good evening, Joseph Guzmano, 11 Lincoln Drive. Just hoping you could explain to me how you're going to resolve the Lincoln Drive parking issue you mentioned earlier. I don't understand, like, the process. Yes, the parking, yep.
Sure. So basically, this committee is going to have discussions. We'll look at two options. There's a 2-hour parking limit ordinance that already exists. We'll be adding that area to Lincoln Drive. I'm going to refer to my traffic lieutenant, Lieutenant Kukowski. I think he's leaning more, because we've had the discussion, I think he's leaning more towards doing it. We have a resident-only parking permit that gets issued. It's, residents are allowed to get a permit. It goes in a database, so when a police officer sees it's a resident car parked there and not some construction worker or somebody working, I think it opens up, it makes it easier. So if you need to park in front of your home, it's okay, right?
What about our visitors, though, if they were to come?
So it becomes, they park in your driveway, you move your car. There's some exemptions within the ordinance that it was discussed for a long time, several years ago, probably 2020, 2021. And we came to a fair conclusion that, look, for the amount of times a resident needs to park in front of their house, the restriction on you probably wouldn't interfere with your guests.
So we had an issue with these same people, I believe it's the seal coating people, years ago. And somebody just went and spoke to them and stopped. So nice simple solution.
So I'm going to absolutely implore you, please contact the police department, ask to speak with Ed Kukowski, Lieutenant Kukowski. We've cleared up an issue today alone on Catherine, one down on Harvey Avenue just last week. Again, same, this car doesn't belong here, it ended up belonging to a resident.
The woman on Catherine was telling us, 13 to 12 to 13 cars parked here daily. We monitored for a week, it was 1 or 2 cars, and they ended up being friends of the neighbor. Spoke with her and got it cleared up. So same thing, please. Lieutenant Kukowski, he will absolutely hear you out, and I guarantee you, to your satisfaction, something can be done.
Everybody else to be over the property, let them know that people should park there.
Listen, you're telling me, I don't know what the owner of the property is, but if you tell Lieutenant Kukowski, he will absolutely make that visit. I promise you.
The same thing happened with the Acura years ago, and they were asked not to park on Lincoln Drive.
We're gonna do the same-
They also were asked not to park on the.
We're gonna do the same thing. I'm learning it's in the zoning resolution that no employee should be there. We'll bring that to their attention. We'll find that resolution, bring it to their attention. Again, it's communication. So, and again, I bring it up, folks, please, don't wait for these meetings. Call me. I'm available 24/7 for those of you who know. But call the police department, call the town hall. I guarantee I will get back to you. If I don't immediately take your call, I'll get back to you. For you to wait for these meetings is just, it's dragging your issue out longer than it has to be.
I appreciate it.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Jackson, you're against the resident parking, right?
Well, I just think I should be inconvenienced with a sticker on my car for people that don't even live in town. I lived there 34 years. I have moved my car. If you come to visit me, I think it's ridiculous. But I will speak to them, maybe I think just speaking to the people of the property will solve the problem. It did once before, and it was good for like 10 years.
I'm 99% sure that that's the way to go. Again, Lieutenant
That's what I'm hoping for.
Kukowski should be here tomorrow. I know that. Well, I know it's almost tomorrow. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi again, Christina Holtz, 82 Forest Place. I have 3 questions, actually. During our March meeting, I asked if the Recreation Department would generate enough revenue to warrant doubling the rec director's salary. Ms. Apice stated that with the addition of football, the program would generate enough revenue to make up that difference in salary. Now that football has been canceled, how is the rec department going to make up that additional revenue to warrant that salary increase? And more importantly, what does rec have planned as an alternative for the children that were so eager to play football this fall, if anything?
So it didn't double the salary. It eliminated the secretary position, and it's actually $2,000 less. Because the secretary and the director were at $12,500, and the director's now making $10,500, so it's actually less.
Okay, but if the director is still doing that, the numbers really don't add up. So he's doing the exact same work, but he's taking on the secretary role.
Right, and we're taking on baseball, football.
Well, baseball was already rec last year, right?
It was not.
No, so that rec was new for this year.
Right, correct.
My second, not a question, but a comment. Last night at the board meeting, a resident, who's not here in the, audience, brought up the idea of maybe thinking about putting a crossing guard at William Street. There's been a high traffic with the kids crossing, so I'd like to pass that along.
If I may, through the chair, already got to me.
Okay.
I already spoke to Lieutenant Kukowski about it. It's actually not a crosswalk there, so they're actually jaywalking with their child. So we're going to recommend, please, walk down to Central Avenue, where we have a crossing guard. It's maybe 250 feet, and then cross over. So what they were doing is staying on Central Avenue and trying to cross it. It's absolutely, and there's no way we could put a crosswalk there. It's against the MUTCD, which is our guidelines that we have to go with. So, pretty good question. I would only encourage people to break the law and pose a bigger danger. But we absolutely think
Yeah, I figured I'd bring it here in case it didn't get passed.
yeah, so we are looking at, through the capital improvement, the bond grant, bond ordinance this year, we are going to be putting more of those LED pedestrian signs, stop signs around, and that intersection happens, and the William Street happens to be one of them. Thank you again for it. It doesn't take long. Again, don't wait for these meetings, because they come to me.
Yeah, of course.
But thank you.
No problem. And my third comment, I know that you appointed a new planning board member this past Thursday. May I ask what the reason why I wasn't appointed, even though I was, quote, the most qualified volunteer and gave the best interview, end quote?
It was a decision that Committeewoman Boniface and I between both interviews.
From what I was told, it was a personal decision on your behalf. Thank you.
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
Congratulations, Mr. Bassetti and Ms. Apice. Good luck, have a lot of fun with it. My first comment is from Ms. Boniface. Thank you for mentioning the anchor rebate. In all my years as a homeowner, I never qualified for any of those homestead and whatever rebates they used to give out, and it was nice to see not just one rebate come in, but a letter saying that I qualified for a second. So I hope people take advantage of it and file for it. It's, it's a nice little bonus, money back into your pocket. So thank you for mentioning that. On North Drive, there was a fire, the house last week-ish. I just wanted to first acknowledge that the police department there, Dean was running around, doing his thing, along with Captain DePretta.
What does that mean?
Well, you had a radio when you were doing this, so Captain DePretta was there. I have 5 of his trading cards.
Nice.
More probably, right? I also want to thank Dave, if he's still here, and Joe, the Falco. When Dave hopped out of the fire truck, I was like, I didn't know that the DPW was doing the fire stuff, but he was amazing. They were there right away. Joe was there in the other fire vehicle when the other things came up, but they really jumped in, and I just wanted to recognize them for that. My final comment, Mr. Mosca, back in June, when you were on these podcasts, you said that you were going to refuse to come to work in June because the pride flag was up. Are you planning on returning that month's salary to the taxpayers since you refused to come in and do your job as a representative?
I still did my job from home.
You didn't come here, that's part of your job. So, my next comment is that also in those podcasts, which I didn't realize there were so many of these podcasts, these guys don't have any jobs or they like to play radio, that you said that the LGBTQ community needs to be dealt with. What does that mean?
I have no clue what you're quoting.
Well, I mean, you're on about 5 or 6 podcasts.
You can go back and look at the video. I don't know, I don't even know if I said that, so I'm not going to comment on that. Okay. You can look back on the podcast and listen to what I said. I was pretty clear in what I said.
Yes, I'm asking you, what does that mean to deal with people like that? What does that mean? What's your solution?
Like I told you, I don't remember saying that, so I'm not going to comment on that, but...
My final comment is, now that the Hispanic Heritage Month flag will be going up between 9:15 and 10:15, do you plan on coming in to represent the people of Rochelle Park? And if so, what's the difference between that flag and the Pride flag?
I made my comments on why I wasn't showing up for the LGBTQ flag.
But you will come to work
It has
on,
nothing to do with the Hispanic Heritage.
will you come to work on the, between 9:15 and 10:15?
Yes, I will.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Hey, Pete Donatello, Emergency Management. Back in February, our CERT team came into possession of a AED. It was donated by Bergen County OEM for their hard work and their efforts through the town. In February, when we got the AED, I had checked with the PD and the FD, and the emergency services had plenty of AEDs. And there's really no need for emergency services to get another one. So that AED has been sitting in the OEM office since February. I recently became aware the past couple of weeks that Sacred Heart Church could use an AED either to replace the one that they have. I believe it is a replacement. So what I'd like to do is have the committee consider adopting a resolution or somehow or another transfer of an asset from Rochelle Park OEM to Sacred Heart Church. Like I said, it's been sitting there for 6 months. It hasn't gotten any use, thank God. Hopefully it doesn't get any use if we donate it, but it doesn't do us any good sitting in the office. So I'd like you to consider a resolution and a transfer of the funds, or transfer of an asset rather, to Sacred Heart Church.
Thank you.
Thanks, Pete.
Anybody have that with President?
Yep.
Andrew Matson, 14 Eldorado. Perrin, wow. You got that little committee member, it's so much smaller than everybody else's, and that's basically just perfect right now.
Yeah, we love that.
Back when my road was paved and the curbs were done, I had problems and I reached out and only Linda and Dean responded to me. And you were like the mayor at the time, you really wanted that title, you didn't respond to anything. And I was really upset about it, and I figured, whatever, I'll let it go. But then when you had to run your mouth, and it was so important for you to get out there to be anti-LGBTQ, but you couldn't even respond to my email, you're a joke. Absolute joke. And you were sat up in your chair so high tonight when you thought, you were like so excited to vote on that flag ordinance. And when you realized you weren't voting, you were so disappointed. It's unbelievable. Getting to see you at the library meeting be anti-LGBTQ just because a sign went up about a pride flag or a pride event. Unbelievable.
And I'll continue to be against that.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
And it's not unbelievable when they're going after the children.
And the only thing I'm impressed at is you're outright and honest about it. Gail, you like hide behind, oh, I'm just against all flags, when I really think you're probably much more aligned with that, honestly. The other thing, Dean, you're administrator and chief, and I feel like that it could just even be the appearance of a conflict. I mean, when the PBA contract has to get negotiated, you're the only real full-time town employee, and you wear both hats. And how could you do that negotiation? Who's going to sit in that negotiation?
Do you know something? Yes, please. Dean is not part of the PBA. He does not negotiate on part of the PBA. He has a completely separate contract from the PBA.
But the chief, we wouldn't want the town administrator in on that
There is
meeting?
absolutely no conflict in the position the chief is currently in as administrator. It's been done in the municipalities, and there's no conflict.
I'm saying, who's going to sit in the negotiation with the PBA?
Me and Dean on the opposite side of the table. Dean is not part of the PBA. He has a separate contract from the PBA. He does not negotiate on their behalf.
And he doesn't have an interest in the outcome?
Absolutely not. He's got a separate contract that's negotiated separately, so.
Do you think there could be the appearance that he would be interested in the outcome?
Absolutely not.
Not from your point of view, I'm saying from anybody's point of view.
Well, I mean, anybody's point of view, anybody can have any opinion that way.
Yeah, do you think if somebody says, oh, it looks like it could be wrong?
I'm going to answer you from a legal aspect, because that's my job.
Exactly.
And from a legal aspect, there is absolutely no conflict from the position that Dean is sitting in now, or in the position he would sit in with me on the opposite side.
That's why I said appearance of a conflict.
Mr. DePisa, correct me if I'm wrong, no matter what you and I negotiate, at least 3 members of this committee would have to ratify that contract?
Correct, I'm just talking about the negotiation.
Now, both those positions, chief and administrator, are appointed by the council?
By the township committee.
Yeah, the township committee, and majority Republican, and I've heard that you've been attending Republican events in town?
I have not.
That's what I've heard, that's what other people are saying in town?
Sorry.
And that would be a massive conflict? The appearance, it just looks bad.
I was appointed chief, only 2 existing members of the committee remain, and so this is an entire different committee that appointed the administrator.
I understand that.
That's the appearance. That's the actual, not the appearance, that's the actual fact.
So they couldn't remove you?
Quite sure they could fire me from the administrator whenever they like.
Okay.
Yeah.
But wouldn't it, if you were going to Republican events, wouldn't that appear that you're clearly in favor with the majority on the committee?
Yeah, again, I don't know where you're getting your information from.
I'm just making sure. Thank you.
Good evening, folks. Joe DeFalco, Fire Chief, Township of Rochelle Park. I'd like to thank Mike and Ms. Warren for acknowledging the hard work of the fire department on last Tuesday morning. Just a quick synopsis of what happened that morning. We got dispatch about 8:35. 3 minutes later, first unit arrived on scene, which was me. When I arrived on scene, Chief Pinto was on scene along with several other police officers. On the way there, they made me aware and the fire department aware of what was going on there. Residents had left the home, they had approached the home and shut the doors within the residence, which did help confine the fire a little bit. At that point, they continued to shut down the area to make room for the fire apparatus to come in. So the first unit on scene was myself, 3 minutes after dispatch. 5 minutes after dispatch, our first engine was on scene. Within 8 minutes of dispatch, the first line was in place going into the basement, and primary searches were underway throughout the basement and then moving on to the first floor. The numbers are phenomenal, response numbers. It's thankful that we do have our DPW here, but at the time of the response, we ended up getting about 22 of our members out for the call. That's including the DPW workers that were able to respond.
The fire itself was labor intensive. It was a basement fire, working its way up through the first floor and into the second floor. Temperatures down in that basement reached upwards of 2,000 degrees. Guys were there crawling, trying to locate the fire. It was quite a distance away from where they entered the building. Did a great job of locating and extinguishing, along with the help of our neighboring communities. But without the help of the police department, without the training and the qualified men on the equipment, also without the qualified work of our dispatcher, things could have gone a lot differently that day. But I would like to thank everybody that was involved and say what a phenomenal job the guys on the fire department did at that fire. It's unfortunate the loss that a resident did take, and none of us, we are there, but we don't want to respond on things like that. But thank God the guys did have a quick response and did a phenomenal job. So, thank you.
Thank you, John.
Good evening, George Martinez, 123 Central. My first question is just for Dean, just some clarification. I don't know if I heard you correctly. I personally think that the recording and uploading of these meetings are essential. I watch every meeting that I can't make. So to your initial comment earlier, I know you said that YouTube has issues. I agree. I've tried to upload things, it's not great. Would you consider uploading a meeting to the town website? Anywhere where it could be accessible to people? Because I really do think it's necessary.
It's this committee.
Okay.
My only reference was it's not legally required.
Got it. I do see though that in policy number 8 on the bylaws, it does say that the township committee does want to, upload these and record these meetings for the benefit of the public. So based on the bylaws, I think we should keep it. But that's really it. My other question is regarding the rec minutes in the township website. I talked to someone who works in rec. They told me, I was just trying to get to the bottom of what happened with the Razorbacks. They were filling me in on what happened. They referred me to the website to look at the minutes to inform myself better. I went on the township website, tried finding these minutes, they weren't there. Maybe I missed them. I haven't checked since last Friday, I believe. But again, with having a director and all that, I would just assume that's something that would be available for the public. My third question, I guess now would be, this is more related to Mr. Mosca and Ms. Artola. Your logic and reasoning for not supporting the pride flag in June is because you don't feel that it's right to call out and enhance a minority group because you're saying that why do that, right? Hispanic Heritage Month, isn't that the same thing? You're acknowledging a minority here in the community, which I'm all for. I think it's great. But via your logic, that would also be in conflict with your feelings and views on the flag. So why would you vote for one, but yet not vote for the other? Because that's a little confusing to me, if I'm going by your logic, right? Which is, we don't want to...
I don't know what you listen to. I didn't vote for the flag.
I'm not talking about the flag, I'm talking for Hispanic Heritage Month.
We did a proclamation last year.
No, I understand, but by your logic, you are now, you're calling out and, singling a group, a minority group in town and giving them for a month. What is the difference in logic to giving a proclamation for a month to a minority group, but now raising the pride flag in June? How is that not the same thing in your logic? I'd just, again, we're calling out a minority group, which you say you don't agree with, because then you have to call out every minority group, right? It's your logic.
Let's put flags up for any group. That's what I'm against.
Okay, I understand that, but I'm saying via your logic, why did you vote yes to the Hispanic Heritage Proclamation for the month? Via your logic.
I don't think we voted on the Hispanic proclamation.
You did.
We voted on the flag.
No, you passed the proclamation saying they're going to have Hispanic Heritage Month. No. Did you not vote on that?
No.
So, Mr. Martinez, what you said in the beginning of when you spoke about my reasons and feelings about the flag, I never said those words. I never said my feelings about that flag. I'm not getting into the flag business. My vote is no to all flags. I voted no against the pride flag in June. I voted no against this Hispanic Heritage flag. I voted that way last year. I voted that way since I've been up here.
I understand that you disagree with me, but I have been consistent on that. So for you to say, but you started talking and telling me my feelings, those things I have never said.
I'm not going to get into the weeds. I think you're misunderstanding. I'm trying to tie together the fact that you're okay with proclaiming a full month for a minority group here in town, but you're not okay with raising a flag.
So
it's the same thing logically. I just want to understand why there's a difference.
So flags are different than proclamations. So I vote against all flags. We vote on all kinds of proclamations. And I've supported all kinds of proclamations. So yes, for us to do a proclamation at a meeting is very different in my eyes than putting up a flag for an entire month.
Okay.
So those are two very different things.
Okay. I disagree, but thank you for your response. At least I got an answer. I appreciate that. For the rest of you out there, I really hope that you consider in the future not passing any ordinance, because I do feel like it's walking back something you guys did as a bipartisan group earlier on, and I think it was appreciated by a lot of people in this town. And, you know, again, I do thank you for that vote then. I just hope it doesn't become something that you're backpedaling in September, October, for whatever reason you decide to do that. Lastly, questions about trees. Can anyone in town request a new tree, or is that limited to Mariner Street and West Oldest, the streets that are brought up before? I just want a clarification on that as well. Or can anyone got it?
Yeah, reach out
Cool. And then last but not least, thank you guys for the police appointment. My kids signed up for the bike thing on Saturday and will be there. They're super excited. So again, thank you for that, guys.
Don't forget to take the flyers for the bike radio, the baseball, or the trading card program, as well as our Black Poster event. Nobody mentioned that. That's on September 13th. All the information on the table, and anybody wants to look at what the cards look like, here's your chance right there. So thank you.
All right, guys, thank you.
Hi, Diane Bahassel, Forest Place. A couple things. First, when you look into the speaker system, which I think it's good we're doing, and I did bring that up a couple meetings ago, that it's very hard to hear. I would like you also to look into the possibility of possibly filming and posting videos of the planning and zoning meetings. A lot of things happen at those meetings that affect the residents in town, and I think that just because people can't make the meetings, I think they would like to see what's happening at those meetings. Sometimes whether it's, you know, the studies of the redevelopment, or whether it's their neighbor's house and something, you know, it's good for people to be informed, and I just think that would be a simple thing to do to add to their knowledge. Another thing, it's just a suggestion to save money. I know every year when you guys come out with the calendar, sometimes we get them late because there's a problem with the people that are printing it, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And as much as they're nice with the pictures, I think it's a great, expensive item. I would like to suggest, instead of making the big calendar, you just print up the dates. Pretty much the idea behind it supposedly is just to give people the dates of certain meetings, et cetera. Why not just print up 2 pieces of paper that list all the dates? You could stick that in an envelope, mail it to people. You know, it could be printed up in the office. You don't have to wait for somebody to print it. And I think at a time when we're talking about saving money, I think it would save a great deal of money. Just a suggestion.
I even thought like maybe a magnet.
Even, right, or even, like I said, you run it off in the copy machine or get it printed, you're talking 2 pieces of paper, maybe covering all the dates.
So garbage and recycling, you can download recycle codes right on your phone, so you know what days you're recycling and importing.
You know, I just think that would be a nice savings, that's all. It's a suggestion. A concern that there are a lot of people that, and it's been brought up, I know Ed has been hearing a lot of this, that, or variance, you know, between permits and variances, a lot of people are choosing in town, it's been brought up many times, not to apply for permits and variances, and then if somebody reports them after the fact, they then might have to go to get either permit or a variance or whatever. I know that zoning and planning do not have the ability to go after somebody if they say, oh, you came to us after the fact, but I would like the committee to think about possibly having some kind of a penalty for people, because if you're the kind of person, and it seems to be happening a lot in town, that will not go for a permit unless they have to, there's no penalty for them. After the fact, most of the time, since it's, oh, you put up the 6-foot fence, you shouldn't have, but it's okay. Or you put up a roof, you shouldn't have done it, oh, well, it's too late.
Roof is no permit.
I'm sorry, I used that as an example, but you know what I'm saying. A lot of people put on a deck, whatever. People are doing things so they don't have to pay for the permit. If they get caught, and many times it's because a neighbor or somebody reports them, then after the fact, okay, they then have to pay for the permit, but absolutely nothing is done to say, you now have a penalty because you did something you shouldn't have done. And I think that's something that needs to go in. On the books, there is the ability to give them a penalty, but from what I understand, it's almost never given out. And I think that's something that if people had the concern that if you don't follow the rules, there's a penalty, it might discourage it. The town's losing a lot of money in taxes, in permit fees, etc. And I think that it would encourage people to do what they should be doing, that's all. The other thing that I would like to bring up, and I don't know if this is something, Dean, you may have already looked into, but Maywood, for some reason, must have a ridiculous amount of money. They have paved almost every street in town. I mean, whether it's Passaic Street, you know, you come to, there's where Maywood ends and Rochelle Park starts.
That's a county roadway. Yeah.
Okay, but all those side streets off of that?
Those were all redone with PSE&G.
Okay, well, PSE&G has been in our town ripping up whatever, so is it possible that we
Did
can
you miss
find
my
out?
report? Because I reported on the streets that were going to be redone.
Right, right, but I'm talking about the majority of Maywood. I know it's not all, but a good deal of Maywood's been done, so I know you've got a few streets, well, I shouldn't say few, whatever number of streets.
Whatever streets were worked on have been done.
So, all the other ones, and I know Rochelle Ave we can't, because whatever happens with Route 17 in the county, but there just seems to be a lot of streets that could use it. I mean, the water company ripped up my street, they paved little spots, and they're back again ripping up, and so is public service again. So instead of getting spot paving, maybe we could just find out how they got to do it.
I'll talk to Adrian, but I know we recently changed our ordinance that should stop some of these, you know, the work being done without speaking with Dave Brown, but I know Dave has an entire list, and I would say the vast majority of our streets grade between AB rather than CD and or F.
I don't know what you mean by AB.
So Dave grades each street as far as when he thinks, you know, the status of it, A being its streets in perfect condition, B being it's in good condition. We've addressed any roadways that need to be done, and we do that on a yearly basis. But I reach out to Adrian, I do know the Maywood resident pays a lot higher taxes than the Rochelle Park resident.
Well, I was getting there, if you work percentage-wise.
Percentage-wise, but actual money-wise.
Right, but percentage, theirs is actually lower than ours, but that's, I won't get into that. Does that include curbs also? Like, in other words, the curb by, well, you say the side of Sage Day, let's say on Forest, for example. I know they picked up, let's say a year ago, the curb that fell in, but there's curbs that are missing.
Each roadway is done on an individual basis.
So Dave should be the ones in charge of that?
Correct.
Okay, not a problem. Okay. And the 2-hour parking, is that something that's limited just to them? Because there's a lot of streets that, I mean, we have Sage Day parking, the faculty, the parents park in Forest, for example, and they're there all day. I mean, every street could say that they have a concern about parking. Is that something that is available to other streets also, or how does that?
It depends. Again, we'll analyze it. Lieutenant Kokoski will go out and look at it and see what the best option is. We just heard here that this gentleman doesn't want it.
I mean, I'm just thinking, well, they park where there's a yellow curb that used to be there. I know there was a nursery school when they had the yellow curb, but, you know, they park there many times.
So call 201-843-1515.
People have.
I'm asking you to. You're saying you saw it, so please call, and we'll send an officer to address it.
Okay, thank you.
On top of the 405 summonses we issued. We'll do it.
I know
We'll
what to do
We'll do it. I promise. We'll do it. We like to do it.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you so much. My name is Thomas Miller. I'm a resident at 91 South Drive right here in Rochelle Park. I want to thank Ms. Boniface for bringing up the sound and video quality in this chamber room. I recall at the 524 meeting that you all voted on the $900,000 bond, and within that bond, there was $30,000 designated to technology equipment. I'm wondering if you could use some of that $30,000 to enhance the technology within this chamber?
I can't answer that, Mayor. Unfortunately, the vast majority of that, most of it is going to replace the server that's probably about 10 years old that our town hall runs on. We're weeks away from where that thing crashes and we lose any of our data. So that's where the vast majority of that money is going to.
Gotcha. But I do know that in previous bonds, And in previous years where you guys have borrowed money, there usually always is that $30,000
Technology.
for technology equipment, but it's gone to other things, is what you're saying?
Yeah, and listen, I would love to see it in the operating side of the budget each year, but.
Right, makes sense. I do want to say, I think it would be so helpful and the best interest of the town to enhance the technology within this chamber, especially for all of you. We know at the 524 meeting, Rochelle Park was all over the news, and there was a lot of misinformation that came from that story. Mr. Moscow was not removed because of the pride flag. He was removed because of his behavior in closed session. And Mr. Bassetti and Ms. Apice, you all announced that, but I think because of the quality of the sound, that these reporters didn't take the time to listen, or they probably couldn't hear you. So then so much misinformation came about, and then some of you, Ms. Boniface, you shared this earlier, received hate mail, and that's unnecessary, that's not fair. So I do think it is the best interest of the town to find a way to enhance the technology within this chamber. I think it would be a great step towards transparency, but it wouldn't stop there. I would say let's get rid of this 3-minute rule for good. Let's start streaming the meetings right here like we used to during the pandemic. That promotes accessibility within our township, and I think that forms a better bond of trust and faith between the residents of Rochelle Park and our local government. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you.
Sorry, everybody, but regarding the salary ordinance, I know Ms. Boniface pulled it, but why is there not a comparison from the year prior, so we know what the raises are for everybody?
Joe, you took my question.
Because, and the last ordinance I saw, there was a range, now the ranges are gone. But we still don't know what the raises were for each person, or each position. And there's nothing for the township committee, so you guys are not getting paid? There's no line item for township committee anymore.
I didn't like this new.
There's nothing for the administrator, and that's top secret, what he's making. And I do think there's a conflict of interest. I agree with this gentleman from El Dorado Court. If you're here as the administrator, you should be in your police chief's uniform.
I am.
I said you shouldn't be.
I apologize,
Because, it doesn't say police chief under there, it says administrator. But anyway,
I don't know what you're talking about for that.
I don't see it on this one.
It's right down, second page.
Because he has the resolution.
I don't have it.
So if they weren't getting it in.
Not here. It's not here.
It's on.
Why is it? It wasn't. It's not in this.
No, that's a resolution, Joe. That's showing the people who.
Well, if this is what you're voting on, shouldn't the public have that? This was on for a vote, and you didn't give it to the public? Well, anyway, if there's not the same increase given to everybody, are there official evaluations being done by the administrator for each employee to determine why someone's getting more money than another person? Because I think that could cause a lawsuit, couldn't it, Mr. Attorney? If you're giving different raises to different people, are there being a performance evaluation done on these employees?
Yes, so I can answer. So, there's one rate for all employees that are getting a raise, other than the police dispatchers who did get a performance evaluation done twice within the last year.
Okay, because on that one with the ranges, they were all different kinds of percentages. So you're saying everyone's getting the same percentage raise?
Correct.
Okay.
Except for the police.
Well, that question wouldn't have to be asked if you had the prior year salary. So you really should have the prior year salary, so there's no mystery as to what the increase is. You just have no idea. This means really nothing in terms of finding out whether anybody has an increase. And I still don't see where the township committee is.
So this one doesn't have the township committee on it. And this is the long version.
So it doesn't have it.
The resolution has the ones that were changed, the salaries that were changed. The township committee salary hasn't changed.
It doesn't matter.
$5,000.
It doesn't matter, it should be in there. It doesn't matter.
It's in the ordinance.
It's in the ordinance.
You don't go to meetings anyway, you can come when you want.
Well, then what is this? We never did that before, so.
So, yes, that's
Let's have
correct.
this.
That's correct. We've never done it before, but on the advice of our auditor and our licensed clerk, it should be done. So why it wasn't done in the past, committee woman, I can't answer.
No, I'm just-
We're in September.
Chris Muller, Forest Place. Just follow up with Joe. I'm looking at the tonight's ordinance, tonight's resolution 023-170, which shows specific salaries. Then the ordinance passed last month, 2313, listed salary ranges. So the construction officials range is 22,500 to 25,000, but tonight, the salary, his resolution is 29,612. So that's not even in the range, so is that correct?
The construction official?
Yeah, construction official.
That's gonna be a typo. So that's gotta be corrected. Yeah, that should only be a 23,000, I don't know.
What I don't like about this salary ordinance is the last, however, years, it showed what the salary was of, say, 2022, and now the salary in 2023. It gave what the increase was.
Right.
You could see it. This doesn't show any of that. That's why I'm voting this ordinance down.
Then you have the poor custodian of fire records, they're supposed to be 3164 to 35, and their salary's 2,500. I don't know if they took a decrease in that. 2,500. And then we have the municipal attorney salary range from 87,333 to 120, but we don't have his salary.
Yeah, I don't know, his salary was done back in January.
Okay.
There's no change to it.
Okay.
So if there's no way with any change, it wouldn't be listed.
And this has been bothering me. I know Diane talked about some permits. Does Tofra have or need a permit for that sign on the trailer that's gotta be 30 feet long, 8 feet tall? Should they need a permit for that? Should that even be there? Does anybody know the code for construction signs?
I'll ask code enforcement and the zoning official. I'll kick it over to
In my
them.
opinion, none of those signs belong
Even the
on there.
construction signs are supposed to be 15 feet.
This
from
isn't
the
big,
curb.
they're out on 17 and 80.
Okay, and I'm glad you're looking into Sunday work, because for 4 Sundays in a row, a house was installing siding, and I had gone to the building department, and I said, does anybody work on Sunday? And she said, no. So I don't know who would enforce Sunday non-working. I don't know how that would work. And then also, I don't know if you know this, but the new DEP flood regulations from July that you spoke about, what part of that caused the problem with this building? Do you know, like, is it,
As far as which building, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, the township building, like Telford didn't want, that you...
I have no idea.
Okay, I
That's
just
the first
didn't
I
know.
learned was,
Okay, I don't know if it just had to do with...
no idea. I have no idea what they're thinking.
Okay, all right, thanks. That's
Thank
all I
you.
had, thank you.
Mark Davidson, Lexington Avenue. I just want to, this came up earlier, and I just want to get this clear. Reference to the monies for the flagpole. Somehow or another, I thought this was all pretty much straightened out. You know as well as I do, that as the administrator, you don't put the monies in the accounts.
Correct, I just said your name was on the purchase orders, that's all I said.
That's the only thing, right?
Correct.
But I didn't put those monies
I
where they
never said
were.
that, Mr. Davis. I said.
No, I'm
Okay.
just saying, I want to make it clear that had nothing to do with me. Okay, so that's perfectly clear here. Just want to make sure that. Now, quite honestly, tonight, the town got some great news. Finding out that it looks like we're going to wind up getting this grant, for the pump station. We should all be ecstatic for that. And I'm glad that I had a part to play in this. Not that I want to pat myself on the back, that's not what I'm here to do. But the point of the matter is that it was a joint effort throughout the years. The first 2 years, we wound up not getting the grant. And what I really appreciated even more is the fact that the state did not understand why we did not qualify. And they went a step further, the state did now. They went a step further, hired an outside agency to review the application, not just ours, but several others throughout the state. And then we had other communications. Now, I wasn't the administrator at the time, just to make that clear also. I was just a resident. But the whole point of the matter is that we should all be very happy as taxpayers that we're not going to get that kind of a $1.9 million. Just think about that for a minute. That's fantastic. Now, the only thing that's missing now is what are we going to do for those people down on Howard Avenue, lifting those homes? I'm really hope that we have something that's going to be qualified there as well.
Yeah, I hope so too, and I know we've had a recent conversation where we should find out very soon.
So, I mean, and that's the other thing, that's, for our residents. So, but, thank you, and I'm glad we're straightened out, we're all cleared out. I had nothing to do with where those monies went. Yes, no, maybe?
No, it's a CFO, puts money in the account.
Yeah, I mean, plain and simple. You know that, right, Mr. Wasker?
Yeah, money when you paid for the flagpole should have came out of the correct account. I don't understand how it could not come out of that account, but that's my.
Ask the CFO.
Yeah.
Okay, ask him.
The purchase order that was given.
Ask him.
Was an account that wasn't the right account, and you signed it, so
That's where he took the monies from. Okay, that's for him to handle, that's for him to answer.
Yes. And you know what, as administrator, why don't you look at that and say, listen, Mr. CFO.
It was explained.
We can take this out of the other accounts since the money was in that account.
It was explained to him.
That's simple to me.
Oh, okay, there's a lot that's simple to you. Oh, no way. I don't push blame, okay, like some other people do.
Push the blame.
Yeah, right.
Lynn Houghton, West Golden Street. Back to the salaries. Usually in corporations, and I know you're not a corporation, but it is a business, okay? You get a salary range once a year. And usually when you get how corporations work, the divisions are given like 2%, you have 2% money to work with. Divide this amongst your people how you feel fit. That isn't done in this town. This town is done by, each person gets a raise accordingly, supposedly, except it's with the contract. If you're under contract or a union, you have different ways of doing it. Okay? My question is, why do we have to have 4 salary maximums, lowers, raises a year? It seems ridiculous. And now, when you say equality, on this last one, unfortunately, Dean, it's your dispatchers. In February, it was 1 salary, and I only found 3 of the salary ranges, by the way. And in July, they got a raise, according to the rate. And now in August, you added their holiday pay and that to their base, which is now on the August list.
We actually listed the holiday pay, that's never been listed in years prior.
I'm sorry, what?
We've actually listed the holiday pay, that's always been added. It's just never was listed as part of the ordinance, but being transparent, it was put on there. So they didn't get another raise, it's 1 raise.
Well, if you look at July, okay, now, Walter took all my information home. If you look in July, it doesn't include your base, your holiday pay.
If you look at years
But
prior,
as the base pay in August, it's here.
but the increase goes on their base pay, and then the holiday pay increases accordingly based on the formula that holiday pay is.
Because normally when you hire someone for a certain salary, that's including holidays and everything, it's no such thing as extra.
That's not.
When they get
actually-
paid extra for it, like time and a half or something like that, but I mean, it's just.
That's actually
That's one question. The second question, one more question to Dean. Sorry, Dean.
No, no worries.
Just give me one supporting reason why you needed a big Tahoe.
I don't get the Tahoe, that's going to the patrol division,
It's going where?
the patrol. We have 2 Tahoes that were purchased under Chief Flannelly.
The police department has 2 Tahoes,
Correct.
and we need a third one?
This would replace one of those that's moving along in age. And to get Ford Explorers was very difficult. I was able to get one hybrid model to replace a totaled out one, but I could not get another Ford Explorer. Tahoe was available.
When you came in tonight, I counted over 14 cars, police cars, just over there. And we
Okay.
keep buying them and buying them, and,
We're not buying them, they're leased.
well, leased, but still. The leases are accumulative in monthly payments, too.
We can terminate those leases at any time if we need them.
I just think, just something that comes to my attention every time I go down Railroad Avenue. If you ever go down Railroad Avenue and you look over towards, if you're headed towards Saddlebrook, you look over to your right, you see the river flowing, right? Have you all noticed how it's getting closer and closer together? About maybe 100 feet down? The Saddlebrook side is coming in so much, and our side isn't. Now, I don't know if that's an accumulation of garbage, debris, or what, but in a flood, I'm starting to wonder when it's going to actually close up. So I don't know if you could call the county on that, have them look at it or something, but just take a look at it, that's all I ask.
We employed the Army Corps of Engineers to look at it, and it's,
It must be a buildup, but why is it only building up on one side?
I wouldn't be able to tell you. I'm not a geologist.
All right.
Mary Ellen Pardo, 161 West Oldest. My question is, who on the Township Committee initiated the flag ordinance?
When?
The one that you read tonight that is going to be voted on, didn't someone up here have to initiate that, or no?
And my office was asked to draft it, I believe by more than one committee person.
By more than one committee person?
We're asked to draft it. I had sent out a number of emails that involved, that were confidential to the Township Committee regarding various research that I had done with regard to the flag ordinance. And there was a request made by committee members, and I don't remember who it is, to kindly draft a ordinance to be discussed that will limit the raising of flags to the 3 flags that are in the ordinance that I drafted.
Okay,
And that was on for discussion, to be openly discussed between everybody on this Township Committee.
okay, thank you. And this question is for Perrin. I'd like to know what you're saving the children from. You keep saying saving the children, from what?
The attack on them?
The attack?
Yes.
What attack?
I don't know if you've been listening, but there's an event where they were parading. They said, "We are here, we're queer, we're coming after your children." That's one. There's books called Gender Queer. I don't know if you've ever saw that book. Have you read that book?
I haven't, I've heard about it, but I haven't read it yet.
Look it up, because they're putting that in this library, possibly in Midland Square, I haven't checked. You know what that book has in it? Do you or not?
I'm sure you're going to tell us.
I really don't even think I should say it in front of people because it's so nasty. What they show in cartoons, real, not real, but children dealing with other children, is disgusting. That's another thing. They're making an effort to come after the children because they know they need the children.
Okay. So then coming after the children are gonna, what, make them gay, make them transgender?
You really believe a second grader or third grader needs to talk about that issue in class?
I don't know what's going on in second or third grade. But let me
You think children need to walk into this library and see things that confuse them?
Let me just tell you something. A flag.
Keep fighting against it
A
because.
flag is not going to make someone gay or turn someone into transgender, because I can tell you, I have a transgender child, and when they were little, I didn't have rainbows in their room and rainbow onesies. There was no rainbows.
Okay.
But I have a transgender son.
But 20 years ago, they weren't doing what they're doing now.
Supporting the LGBTQ community. People are supporting.
I'm not saying supporting the other, but it has nothing to do with it.
Okay.
They're making a coordinated effort to come after children. And you know this, because you're a teacher.
No, I don't. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just letting you know, rainbows don't make people gay.
You should look into it. They're saying it to your face. They're coming after the children. They're saying it to you.
All right, let's, okay. Teresa Judge Cavello, Howard Avenue. Mr. Pinto, quick question. You did say that we are getting that $1 million grant? Is that what you're saying? Or is that coming through, or, and is that toward the pump station?
It'll be towards the pump station.
Okay.
The exact words provided to us by the grant writer hired by the state was, I would rather use his words. Good news, guys, your application was selected for further review. Usually, this means you're getting funded after some more reviews.
Okay.
And then he went on to say the grant will provide the township $1,946,359.50 towards the reconstruction of the sanitary sewer pump station. Again,
So it's not guaranteed, it's really just saying usually, so there's nothing in writing to say that it is there or it's not?
Correct.
Okay, is there an estimate at this point of how much that pump station will cost?
in the range of $3.3 million.
So where were we looking to get the rest, or is there any plans of that?
So, like I mentioned during my report, bond counsel Stephen Roget and our CFO have already looked into the New Jersey I-Bank, which is the infrastructure bank. Mr. Roget, who's a professional in, bonding as well.
So those are another bonds that we're looking at to pay this, right? Is
It's
that
a loan, because, we're not, I don't see budgeting $3.3 million on top of our.
So we don't have any guarantees yet of anything except maybe, possibly.
This is the furthest along we've gone in the process.
Which is fine, I understand that. But then again, you have to go for loans, bonds, or whatever you want to call it, for the rest of the money that would end up coming back on taxpayers, right? So I'm just curious if there's something maybe with the cannabis money that could be put aside that you get toward this, and that may be something the council want to consider, having a little revenue put away, because I don't know, you don't know, we don't really know how long that pump station's going to last. I understand it's not working that well. And it could go at any time, especially with this new construction across the street and, a larger amount. And again, we have to look at residents, that are in town and how much they're going to pay, because they're renting there. We're paying the taxes here. While that's a pilot program on a set tax fee, our taxes go up every year, right? So with that being said, we have to kind of look to see, maybe in the future, let's get some money put aside. And then when you're trying to actually do a budget, I don't know how many of you actually did a budget. I know Ms. Boniface has looked at budgets, yes? Yeah.
The revenue we brought in from the building department has been $435,000, and that includes a lot of the money from there.
Okay, so is that going toward the pump station?
It's going to our general funds, yeah.
Okay. Can that possibly?
We're in good health. The township our bond rating is very good right now.
Bond ratings are high because you pay your payment.
That's the only reason why
It's like a loan.
Your bond rating is so good, it's not good. Bond rating is not good. What do you say?
Bond rating,
If worse comes to worse,
all you have to do is pay
if worse
the
comes to worse, we could get a bond.
Either way, it goes on the back.
It's the taxpayer, it's going into the taxpayers.
Right, so some of that toward the pump station, I'm just maybe making a suggestion. Is it your cap reserve that you're putting it in, or your general funds, as you call it here, that is being put in? Do you know if that's dedicated toward the pump station being fixed?
We can put it towards the pump station.
On emergent situation, or no?
No, we can put it in the budget next year.
Next year's budget. I'm talking about emergent situation right now. Is there money there to fix that pump station if it has to go?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're set with that, and if not, you can look at it for next year. Is that what you're telling me? Okay, great.
Yeah.
So the bonds are still up in the air. Hopefully you'll get them, which is a good thing.
Grants.
I'm sorry, grants.
Maybe we can get them, maybe you can't. Thanks for the work that you did on it. And we can see how it goes forward from here. But nothing is guaranteed yet. We just have to work at fixing the stuff that's happening in town now, the infrastructure, and looking for the future infrastructure also. Because things don't always last, including roofs on a building, right? That might have to be fixed soon too. Thank you.
Ms. Crivello, we got a letter stating 1.9 million. We most likely are getting that.
I hope so.
Yeah, we most likely are.
When his words were usually, it usually doesn't mean.
They're not gonna mail us a letter that says something.
I hope you do. I'm not.
We probably are.
Great, but that still is not enough to pay for a whole pump station being fixed. Am I right?
I could tell you, I would have told you it back in the beginning, we weren't getting 3 million.
Great, because I thought I remember that number coming out at one.
And a lot of times that infrastructure bank loan is usually 0 or a 0.25% or a 0.5%. It's almost no brainer to go that way.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody, Matt Truinsky, 127 Forest Place. Pump stations. How long did we know the pump station was falling apart?
I took over this role in the end of September.
Prior to that, we know there was something that had to be replaced, something that we had a plan for.
Just like the roof on this building.
Just look, my point is, we missed the boat, right? You got a developer coming into town that's gonna do what? Add to the pump station. He's gonna add, there's a lot of units, right? They're gonna add to the pump station. Where is the developer's agreement with the town to help with things like that? Very simple, very simple. I know it's not.
It was negotiated long before my tenure.
I understand. I'm saying, we missed the boat on that, right? We don't need to miss the boat on that kind of stuff anymore. You hold the seat and hold the cards to negotiate with the developer. And hey, what? Developer, you don't want to work with us? You don't want to work with us? Helping to reduce flood waters. You can't do anything about that? Put up a fund for the people that flood in town. Do something. There's always something that can, one of the most disgraceful things I ever heard in this meeting, didn't come from any of you, came from Mike Casimir when he sat here and said, Matt, it's not going to make it any worse. How can you say that to people with flooding for the 5 times that they flooded in this town? Running on the idea that you're going to help people with flooding, and you have no decency to approach the developers and say, hey, you don't want to work with us with some of the issues we have? We'll go to the next developer. You got choice property there, people. You're missing the boat, right? Again, like you said, to your defense, some of you were not here for the negotiations, but I'm making the point now. These are things that you could address and take off the burden of you. Take the burden right off the town. Along that line, I'm going to say this again. I'm not here to speak on behalf of the school board. I'm here to speak as a taxpayer. I'm very concerned about occupancy load, the amount of people that are going to come in here with children. We had an economist sit here for the town saying that, one time saying that it was not going to impact our school district, that development. I don't know, maybe I'm a little bit crazy, but somehow, some way, I think that is going to impact the enrollment at that school. Who's going to pay for that construction on that school? Again, if there's an agreement in place or something with a developer's agreement, or the town with the developer on behalf of the taxpayer to protect the taxpayers, just put a safety valve in. You don't have to hold his feet to the fire, but put a safety valve in. Have an escrow account. If the enrollment goes up a certain amount, and that was the deal we were trying, school was pursuing something with the town. If there's an enrollment increase over a certain amount, have a safety valve that puts them on the hook for construction, right? Mr. Coleman mentioned tonight, how many million did they make on the Columbia savings? No fraction of that or that can go towards a safety net. Not saying take it from a safety net. When the enrollment goes up, taxpayers of Rochelle Park, don't worry, we have it covered. That's simple developers agreement stuff that you guys hold the cards for. Okay, like I said, you all weren't here for the beginning, but you are here now, and that's still going on. If there's a way to back into something and talk about it, why can't we have those discussions? Last thing I'm going to talk about is this project.
the project that was approached by the county administrator. Rochelle Ave being increased, listen, you talked about redevelopment of different areas. Can we ever talk about redevelopment? Is there any way to approach the Railroad Ave corner on Railroad and Rochelle Ave? Oh my God. That whole area is crying for redevelopment. And if that means a project like that, what the county's talking about, to help widen and maybe take burden of traffic off, with the bridges coming in, I gotta believe, without a left turn lane going down Central Ave, with those bridges coming in, yes, you are gonna get more traffic on these roads, because people are gonna wanna access that, and they're gonna get it back up, not just over down by Essex Street, they're gonna get it worse at Central Ave. That's my opinion. Without a left turn lane there, it's gonna be a bigger issue for Rochelle Park. If they're offering, we're getting state money, you made a good point, help us get a little more, wrap our heads around the cost of this construction, so we know we're not gonna put it back to the taxpayers of Rochelle Park. I get it. And if we don't have enough, maybe we can go back to the state, or maybe we can push them for a little more money. But if that helps with redeveloping that corner over there by widening that road, I'd give up the ratables on my tax bill. I'd have no problem giving them up on my tax bill for that corner, because that's bringing our property values down. Right? You can make the argument it's gonna bring your property values up by redeveloping it, right? You wanna redevelop some, target that. I mean, do whatever you can, instead of targeting areas that really, maybe they would be nice if they were redeveloped, but we don't need those areas. That's been a thorn in our side for a long time. That's all I got. Thank you very much.
If I may, from what I know they've approached that owner plenty of times throughout the years. A couple of times when I was mayor, I don't know beforehand, I'm sure you could ask Mr. Davidson, I'm sure they approached him, and it has gone nowhere, from what I've heard.
I can speak to that.
Maybe if we have to widen the road.
So that's not part of the current plans that the county has.
That isn't?
No, it's not. So the only part that the county's doing is widening it a little bit on the railroad side, on the railroad property side, and changing some of the parking that we have. We would have to remove some of the parking, on-street parking allowed.
Does it affect any of those small stores across from there? The house and the other storefronts over there?
It was just the first three by Rochelle Avenue.
Again,
3 spots.
That's a step in the right direction.
The developers have, so let me just say, in my short term or tenure as administrator, I've met maybe 2 to 3 different developers who have come and called, and every conversation starts with, great, you want to develop in Rochelle Park, you want to do some work in Rochelle Park. I have 2 major issues. 1 is my infrastructure, 2 is my school system. And they go, what do you mean, chief? My pump station's in need of replacement, it can't handle any more sewage, and my schools have if you're gonna expand the population, they're gonna need to be brought to the table. That's every conversation that any member of this committee, that the attorney, that I have sat in on. Going back now to when Mr. Trujillo was administrator, he did bring me along on some of those meetings, never knew why, but now I guess I know why. He pushed hard for people to approach the owner of that Rochelle Avenue by Railroad. That man, from my understanding, has since passed on, so maybe his son or his family would be a little more open to settlement or selling. He was not. He was completely opposed to moving of his property. But again, nobody else has approached us, but when they do, I go, here's your areas of need of redevelopment, please have at it, let us know, what you could do for us. So we do start with those conversations. I know you and I talked about the floodway, and why not? If they could build a pump on the island in Wilder, why can't they do it here to move the water in and out? So these are things I would absolutely bring to the table with any developer that comes in. But again, every one of my conversations starts with the infrastructure can't handle it, and the school's going to need to be brought to the table to discuss their needs.
Was there any plan on board for the rail for the train station?
That's been going on for 16 years, as Mr. Davidson said, for the county, working on widening that intersection, and right now we wait on utilities. Only one has gotten the permit, the necessary permit to run the utilities under the railroad tracks out of the 4 or out of the 5.
Widening the intersection of
Railroad and Rochelle. That's a 16-year ongoing project. Mr. Davidson brought me along, I think I guess I just made chief. We had a meeting and that's how, and we're still sitting on it. It's the county, we're waiting on the county to move forward.
That whole corner could just be,
If you're talking about knocking down buildings, that would be put on the township, right? That's what we talked about here today, the takings, the acquisitions, but that's not part of the project. The only thing is widening of some of those turn lanes and elimination of a couple of parking spots and widening of Rochelle Avenue in that area.
okay. Good night.
Thank you.
Come to the microphone.
Take a second. That property on Rochelle and Railroad Avenue. If you look at our original redevelopment plan, that was the first one that we did.
We did, yep.
Many years ago.
Yep, and I've given that out to the.
As a matter of fact, it's still, I believe it's still at the office here.
Should be, at bottom
And, but one of the things was, we actually planned on widening Rochelle Avenue in that area. And so that building would have come down and then had to be built further back. So, I mean, so just so you know, I mean, that was the original plan, but it just never went anywhere. And we've tried, believe me when I tell you, just tried everything to try to get something there, and just never materialized, so, just to kind of clean that part up.
Yeah, you're right. I mean,
Thank you. Okay, anything else from the public? Can I make a motion to close public session?
Motion to close. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
All right, you gotta go to the items pulled first, right?
Okay, well, we got adopt the ordinance.
Oh, there's one.
Okay, so adoption of ordinance number 2023-013, an ordinance to provide for and determine the maximum annual salaries of various municipal employees of the Township of Rochelle Park. Deputy Mayor Peachy asks for a motion to open the public hearing of ordinance number 2023-013, an ordinance to provide for and determine the maximum annual salaries of various employees of the Township of Rochelle Park. Can I have a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Have a second?
Second.
Committeewoman Otola?
Yes.
Committeeman Bassetti?
Yes.
Committeewoman Boniface?
No.
Committeeman Master?
Yes, to open for a hearing.
And Mayor Peachy?
Yes.
Is this to open?
This is
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, Marie.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Peachy asks for a motion to close the public hearing on this ordinance and that it be adopted with notice of final passage to be published in the Bergen Record. Can I have a motion?
Let me just say something on this. This, I don't like the layout of this, salary ordinance this year. The old salary ordinances had the previous salary and the increase, so you knew what was happening there. This doesn't show any of that, and there's areas where the, it's too spread out, the salaries are too spread out. So I'm gonna vote no on this. And the other thing that I wanna talk about is the dispatchers are getting 3.5%. Is that correct, Administrator?
Correct.
And when I asked you why, you said it's because they work holidays.
That is.
Yeah, but they also get time and a half for their holidays.
I didn't say it was just holidays, what I said was, don't forget when we had to evacuate this property due to the moat around it during the flooding, they stayed in this building without water, without sewer, they couldn't use the bathrooms, and they perform at a high level every day. They're in here, and within Bergen County, they're near the bottom of.
Isn't there another console set up in the emergency over there, the ambulance building?
No, there's not.
Where'd it go?
It's no longer in use because it's the Hackensack University Medical Center is in there, and if we had to use.
So where is the whole console then?
Well, we have the console, but it's not plug and play, and they stay in this building. They're here 24/7 when the building.
I understand that.
They don't get summer hours. They don't get to go home because it's the Wednesday before Thanksgiving. They're here, they're doing the job. And man, the entire raise for the dispatchers across all of them is $6,300.
But there's always a discrepancy. It just seems to be like everything in the police department you've been padding as your administrator.
I have not, I padded it because these folks are the first
It
line.
was $1 million revenue, extra revenue, and yet those people didn't get a tax cut, right?
And who helped get that revenue?
What?
I mean, my officers work there to secure, that's money coming back towards too. I mean,
I think that's the comment that people are worried about. Sorry, but it's hearing.
I don't understand. They didn't get a raise last year, right? They did, they got one,
Yeah, Mike.
they didn't get one the year before.
It just always seems like the non-contractual women in this town have been screwed every year I'm sitting up here.
So
Without raises,
we just lost one because she's going to a town where they're paying her more to do the same job. We don't pay enough in Rochelle Park.
And that's why we had the ranges,
And that's why we had the range.
bring people in at a higher salary.
listen, Karen, don't go into that. We lost somebody and now we're paying them $20,000 more to get them back when they would have accepted a lower amount.
Again, the entire cost for the dispatchers is $6,348.63. The total for all of the raises in this ordinance are under $40,000. It's $40,000 on a almost $14 million budget.
Yeah.
That's what the total cost of these raises is. Which was budgeted for when the budget was adopted.
Not by me.
Can I have a motion?
You made that, before we, there was a motion, actually, salary?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
So it's a motion to close
A motion.
and pass
a motion
with the
to pass.
correction
Correct.
that was noted on the record.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Committeewoman Otola?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Cassetti?
Yes.
Committeewoman Boniface?
No.
Committeeman Master?
Yes.
And Mayor Pucci?
Yes.
The note, the consent agenda, we removed, I removed, 23, 170,
166.
166, 170, and 171.
Yes. So all items listed below are considered to be routine and non-controversial by the Township Committee and will be approved by one motion. There will be no separate discussion on these items unless a committee member or citizen so requests, in which case the item will be removed from the consent agenda and considered in its normal sequence on the agenda as part of the general orders. So we're going to go through resolution number 023-160 to 165, 023 -167, through 169, and the other two are being removed. Okay?
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Committeewoman Otola?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Cassetti?
Yes.
Committeewoman Boniface?
Yes.
Committeeman Master?
Yes.
Mayor Pucci?
Yes. Okay. We'll now go into closed session, matters pertaining to potential litigation and personal matters, attorney-client privilege.
Did you discuss it?
Oh,
166, 70,
I'm sorry.
170, and 171 have to be discussed.
Okay.
Yep, so 166 would be.
166?
Yep.
Yep, resolution.
166, I just want to know why we're getting 3 cars. It's normally 2 cars every year, and this year is a 3rd car.
So the third car was the one that was totaled out, and it's a replacement vehicle. The insurance probably covered pretty much the majority of the loss, and CFO certifies that the funds were there. So the third car is replacement for car 5 that was totaled out.
Can we get hybrids?
We did. So that's a Ford, it is a hybrid. Matter of fact, I went out to start it, and I'm turning the key and nothing's happening, and I'm like, wow, brand new, it doesn't work. And then I read the dashboard and it says, your vehicle is ready to drive, you put it in drive, and then the engine kicks on. So, yeah, it is a hybrid. It actually has just a little bit less torque, but more horsepower, and, yeah, obviously, much better fuel mileage.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about.
So our fuel costs are down, especially since we switched to the Exxon Wex program, but As is our vehicle maintenance fund in good standing right now due to the, replacement of the fleet through the leasing program.
Let's go 2023-170. This could be, just voted on. I took it off because it involved the salaries and the salary ordinance. But, I'll vote on that. The second thing is, I want to know if the bond was pulled, and Oswald couldn't answer that. What I mean is, this is a construction project that wasn't done correctly. The contractor walked out and the project wasn't finished totally. So before a project goes, they have to bond with a bonding company. And the town, we can pull that bond because they didn't finish the job. They went bankrupt or whatever. I want to know if the bond was pulled, or then how are we getting the money from Marchione? That's what I'm worried.
So we never paid the full amount of the project. So the previous contractor, they get paid in installments. They were not paid the total amount. So that amount sits in our account. Marchione's coming in within that, what's left, so.
Are we going to pull the bond of this contract?
I understand it was Mr. Despiza, we had a discussion. I don't think because there was a bankruptcy issue that, and or if a bond was even available to pull. I thought it was because there was no harm, no foul.
I'm sorry.
The Marchione, this was for Bella Ground Construction.
Yeah, it's the project at
With
Matthews
Matthews
Field.
Field, and what was the team, what did you say again, I'm sorry?
Bella Ground Construction didn't finish the job, they had gone bankrupt, but they weren't paid for the total job, so the money remained available.
Yes, I believe that was correct.
But are we going to pull this bond from them? And there's a way we can,
Yes, sure.
this
I think that takes a lot of
contractor,
business, I'm not sure you can
this
just.
contractor, the bonding company has the
It's-
money. This insurance, this company will come back definitely under another name. They all do it. So if we can stop this contractor from ever bidding in Rochelle Park again, that would be good.
Yeah, there's a resolution, not a resolution, there's a statute with regard to prior negative experience with the bidder. And if that happens, we can certainly go down that road with prior negative experience, and you can either disqualify or use that as a base to reject future bids.
Okay.
Yep. We can do that.
Yeah, but this resolution merely it allows.
I do think, on the record, if I can, I do think that statute, and again, I'm quoting off from memory, may require us to look towards the surety in order to meet the standard as a prior negative experience. I believe that's the case. But I think that more of this should probably be discussed in closed session in depth, if we want to bring it up there.
This resolution authorizes getting the work finished.
This was number, 71, right?
You might as well vote on these all together. It's a good cut. Number them all together. Okay.
Is there a motion for them? You want to make, someone make a motion?
I'll make a motion. Second.
Committeewoman Otola?
Yes.
Committeewoman Bonifaz?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Cassetti?
Yes.
Committeeman Maska?
Yes.
And Mayor Peachy? Yes. And then for closed session, pertaining to potential litigation and personal matters.
Motion to go to close? Motion to close?
Oh, I'm sorry, I made a motion. I'll second. Okay.
In favor?
Aye.
It's great, can we do Brian right away, because he's been, it's our brother, we're still waiting for the